everyone, and welcome once again to the stream. I'm here, it's Saturday, and I kind of want to have fun today. I don't know how I'm gonna have fun, because, well, I'm here with my bestie, you know, my best, here with Keffals. That's what we've got to talk about today. I've been putting this, this subject off for quite a while, but, yeah, there's nothing better to talk about today. I was saving this content for a rainy day. It's not exactly a rainy day, but it's not exactly a sunny day either, so I guess this will work. I guess I'm okay with this. You're just in time, that's right, Variant. Welcome, chat. Welcome, everybody. But yeah, we've got a lot to talk about today. Did y'all know that Gamergate was starting up again? That's right, Donald Duck Meow Meow. Waluigi is, yeah, Waluigi's my actual bestie. I was kidding, Keffals is not actually my bestie. Before she accuses me of being a parasocial for a streamer I avoid watching. unless I have to. But yeah, there's a new Gamergate just dropped. Does anybody know about this? I'm kind of waiting to cover it because I don't think it's necessarily anything anybody in my audience is terribly interested in. Mostly the Gamergaters are interested in it at this point. But at some point, it's going to become an issue. It's going to affect other things. You all know that Steve Bannon likes to say that politics is downstream of culture. What that means is that things that happen in the culture, like Gamergate, affect things like politics, right? And I don't think he's entirely wrong there. Yeah, the NCC going on the record agreeing with Steve Bannon. We should rename it Nerdgate or like Sweatygate or something. I don't know. There's a lot of different things that you could call it, but it is very sweaty. It is very cringe. And the Gamergaters have not learned their lessons. Do you know who it was that like slapped down Gator Game? The Gator Game. No, do you know who slapped down Gamergate last time? I feel like it was Stephen Colbert. Anybody know what I'm talking about? Let's see if maybe we can find that clip, in fact. That's gotta be around here somewhere. Watched this video the other day, left a comment saying that I wanted to like her, but yeah, look, I mean, as somebody who was friendly with Keffals, I won't say I was like a friend to Keffals. I never really knew her that well, but we were both streamers on Twitch. We both hung around in the same circles. We were I believe we were in a group chat together at some point. And, yeah, I mean, it sucked to see her go from being a pretty cool streamer who does pretty unique content. Like when I raided into her, when I'd see her stream, the little bits of her stream that I saw, I thought they were pretty creative. I thought they were pretty cool. You know, like her whole Ransona that she's got now. She used to do that back in the day by drawing like a little avatar. I think she would draw, like apparently she's a pretty, either she was I don't know if she was drawing it. I'm assuming it was her art, but yeah, she would draw this little like mushroom character and put it up as the, you know, like she would film, right? But she was on the film. Like her voice was there, the mushroom avatar was there, and she would do just like the weirdest stuff. She would find the weirdest, coolest videos. It wasn't very political. It wasn't very political when I knew her, but yeah, then she went into her, you know, phase of trans advocacy and actually succeeded with that. Actually got a lot of attention onto something that it seems like people were not paying a lot of attention to at the time, which was all the anti-trans legislation that was passing. Then raised some money for Southern Equality to fight that anti-trans legislation, and then became besties with Vaush. And honestly, like, I feel like it's Vaush that ruined her. I don't know. That might be me. That might be me just world building. We don't want to world build while Waluigi is falling to the ground, but look, I got my void coffee. I got my giant bowl of wow. Wow. I kind of outdid myself. This is like... I can't eat all this. Chat, can you help me eat my rice? Do you ever do this? You make too much rice? Like, you eyeball the rice? You're like, I think about this much rice. And then you make it, and it's actually... Whoop! You got that. You wanted this much rice? You got that much rice. That's where I'm at right now. I've made too much rice. And I need to share it. I need to share it with everyone in the chat. It's never a bad idea to make too much rice. It probably is, though, a bad idea to, Wait, I do have a separate bowl. You know what? I'm just gonna have to put this in a separate bowl. Does anybody struggle with this? That, like, I was raised in a household where we had this thing called the Clean Plate Club. Like, no lie. My mom had an official club, for her children that was called the Clean Plate Club. And you could only join this club if you finished everything on your plate. So I was like trained to like see food and eat food, and then you get desserts. Only after you eat all the food on your plate do you even get to F with dessert. And I was definitely the kind of kid that I wanted the dessert. You know, I was more interested in the dessert than I was in the regular food. And so as a consequence, I was just trained to, like, you know, you see a bowl, a giant bowl of rice. Well, I guess that's what I'm supposed to sit down and eat right now. And it's like, no, you're not. Nobody should eat that much rice. That's a lot of, I mean, maybe after you've done like 40 miles on your bike, you can eat that much rice. But then again, you don't really need it. But yeah, I got my rice. I got my Void coffee. I'm ready to rock here. I hope you are too. But I'm just like, I'm kind of like, actually there's like more content than I can actually show you. A lot of people are trained to eat that way. Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. Like, that it's so much better if you can just like find like a normal size bowl or a normal size plate and just like put a portion on that. Michael, every last homie. Yeah, down with NCC. That's right. Donald Duck crushes his eggs into hard, shiny cloaca diamonds? Wait, are we talking about eggs? Are these like chocolate eggs? Or are these like eggs? Are these like omelet eggs? Or are these like... I mean, I should not say omelets, should I? This is not something that you say around. I'm sure you get that all the time, Donald Duck. I'm sorry. It happens inside the cave, yeah. So, like, yeah, there's chocolate eggs, there's golden eggs, there's all kinds of eggs out there. You should, yeah, we don't need to talk about omelets. I don't eat omelets. Do you know that, Donald Duck? You don't have to worry around me, okay? Although I grew up with that stuff. I grew up with, like, a household where, like, eggs were, like, a normal breakfast item. Now, it's weird. It's weird. Once you've been away from it for a while, then somebody starts cooking eggs, you're kind of like... Like, I don't want to complain. I don't want to be that person. I don't want to be that vegan. You know? That's like, your food is disgusting, okay? And I don't think that, like, I don't judge people. I'm not, look, I feel like I grew up in a household that was so big on meat, so big on dairy, so big on eggs, that any non-vegan out there, I've probably eaten more of that stuff than you have. I've probably eaten more barbecue than you have. I've probably eaten more omelets than you have. But that was in the past. You didn't get the YouTube notification? Did you hit that bell? I don't know exactly what to tell you, Michael S. Supposedly if you hit the bell, you'll get the notification, but YouTube's weird. YouTube's truly strange. What a beautiful moment for us all to support our duck friend. What was it? Delunchka barbecue? Is Delunchka out there barbecuing ducks? I can always do a deep dive into Bronze Age pervert. How many of you in chat know of the Bronze Age pervert? Not the debate pervert, but the Cloaca Witching Hour? Oh no. Anybody know about the Bronze Age pervert? It's supposedly a YouTuber. You've heard of him? Yeah, I feel like I've seen the name somewhere. Like, I mostly, when I hear Bronze Age, I just think collapse. Like, it makes me want to collapse, right? You tell me about the Bronze Age, I just want to lay down. I don't want to do anything. That's my Bronze Age collapse. That's my little Dark Age. Something like that, yeah. I know a graph perv, but not a Bronze Age perv? Yeah, I don't know much about this person either. Apparently a fairly influential right-winger. One way or the other, though, I feel like we're gonna get to learn about. Okay, Anita Sarkeesian talked to Stephen Colbert. You know, YouTube kind of sucks for clips. I don't know if it's that they don't prioritize stuff that's not at least 10 minutes long, or what? I swear to God it was Stephen Colbert, though, that, like, asked the question about... Yeah, so that's the interview with Anita Sarkeesian. That's not what I'm interested in, though. That's not what I care about. I'm looking for... And maybe chat, maybe I'm just mixed up. Maybe it's not Stephen Colbert. But there was, like, a moment where one of these... I thought it was Stephen Colbert brought on a Gamergater and started asking them about ethics in games journalism and just completely embarrassed them. Does anybody remember what I'm talking about? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Otherwise, I'll just skip right over it. Chud Logic stream popped up in my feed today. Apparently, H-Bomber Guy has a condition called Trolls Remorse. This is a... That's like Kiwi farmer language there. Yeah, they're trying to compare H-Bomber Guy to Kiwi farms. And not because they are against Kiwi farms. These are the people that are on Kiwi farms. These are the people that love Kiwi farms. They're comparing H-Bomber Guy to Kiwi farms because they feel like Kiwi farms did nothing wrong, and it's nothing worse than H-Bomber Guy exposing people for doing plagiarism, right? The only difference is H-Bomber Guy does not link your address, all right? H-Bomber Guy does not, like, I don't know, like, call you a homophobic slur. H-Bomber Guy does not act openly racist to you, right? It's like there's a few differences I can think of between H-Bomber Guy and Kiwi farms, but, you know, I mean, to your average chud out there, dumbest argument I've ever heard to try to cancel a YouTuber. Well, yeah, I mean, like, so here's how cancellation, like, to the extent that it doesn't work, right? What is canceling really? Okay, it's not something that a mob does. All right, mobs don't have a brain, and even invoking that idea, the Twitter mob, right? It's kind of, I don't know, it's like you're mixing your metaphors here, and it doesn't make sense. But what does happen is people support certain content creators, just like I support Waluigi here, until they don't, right? If Waluigi falls off of my microphone, I'm gonna catch him. I'm gonna pick him up, all right? But if Waluigi gets a little drunk, gets a little faded, maybe even cross-faded, maybe even faded than a hoe some night, and goes off on some awful, like, racist, you know, homophobic shit, then I might not be there for Waluigi. And that's what cancellation is. Cancellation is people saying, I don't fuck with X anymore. I'm not about that. I don't care. I'm not, like, right? It's like more like canceling a subscription. And for them to make it like this is this horrible thing that the SJWs are doing, they come and get you. They don't get shit, right? The only person you can be truly canceled by is your audience. And that is through your audience, like, losing trust with you. And yeah, if you are presenting yourself as as not just a queer creator, but I feel like with James Somerton, the problem is that Somerton presented himself as the queer creator. And if you're gonna do that, and then it turns out, well, you know, not only am I not giving you the right information, not only am I getting things wrong because I'm sloppy and I don't care, but I'm also stealing other people's videos, smaller content creators' videos. They make a video, it's pretty good. I'm like, nice video there. And I just, you know, sort of yoink the script. Then, you know, my audience might not want to, they might not fuck with me anymore. That's all it is. Yeah, X gonna give it to you, that's right. Does Waluigi turn into that weird uncle when he's drunk? I don't know, chat. I don't know. I feel like that's more of an Alf thing. Look, Alf let me down. Let's hope that Waluigi doesn't. You're a bit behind on it. I'm confused too. What's up, Bash Graphics? Good to have you here. Can I react to your song? No, I can't, unfortunately. I have no way of telling what's copyrighted and what's not copyrighted. And with music, unless I've checked it out, usually it turns... I've gotten... Speaking of getting canceled, you know who you can get canceled by that's not your audience? Monetization on YouTube. You can get canceled really easy. It's so easy. All you gotta do is not pay attention, play a little song that is not okay with copyright, and there you go. Your whole monetization is gone. This is some fire. It goes hard, doesn't it, Afroponics? This goes hard. I mean, not, what's his name? The McLeod guy? Not Kevin McLeod hard, but still hard. Okay, I guess I gotta do that Twitter thing. Oh, speaking of the Twitter thing, I should remind you. I should remind you, in case you've forgotten. What day is tomorrow? Anybody know? Anybody know what day tomorrow is? What night tonight is? Anybody know what's gonna happen? Fox McCloud. Wait, what's Fox McCloud? Daylight savings. That's right. Who wants it? Nobody. But we're gonna do it anyway, aren't we? I thought about making a tweet today and saying, time strike. Let's do a time strike. Right? Because, like, the thing about it, time is so goddamn subjective. Alright, I mean, in a lot of different ways. But the idea that, daylight savings is a real thing is kind of silly. Daylight savings for everyone else. Well, if you live in a certain state, yeah, that's right. What is it? Arizona? Oh, I don't want to out anybody, but there are certain states other than Arizona. There are certain countries that do not observe daylight savings time, and that's what I'm saying. Is like if we all just got together and we were like, you know what? Like, okay, so what makes it daylight savings time is when you show up early for work. That's when it's daylight savings time. So it's kind of like if everybody was just like, no, I'm gonna show up an hour late by daylight savings time, but I'm gonna consider it to be on time. If everybody just decided that together, I feel like they'd have no choice, right? Because that's the main thing. School and work, right? Start earlier. Things that you have to be there on time for, appointments, etc. Start, 1 hour early. That's what makes daylight savings time. And if people just didn't do it, if people just ignored it, then would it really be daylight savings time? The only reason I don't do it is because I think that strikes are important. And I know that the time strike that I'm mentioning is not a strike that anybody's actually going to do. And it's probably not the most important strike to think about right now. Probably not the most effective strike. So yeah, I decided not to do it because I felt like it would sound like I was making fun of direct actions like that. I'm not. But yeah, look, this is what I feel like right now. This is what I am, what's the whole thing from Fight Club? Like, I am Arthur's clenching fist or something? But they don't say Arthur, it's someone else. It's something else. I mean, look, I guess I'm a little bit more appreciative, let's just say, of daylight savings time when I get to fall back. But when I have to spring forward, that sucks. I am Jax. Oh, that's right. I am Jack's cirrhotic liver. Oh no, damn, it's Jack. Thank you, chat. Thank you for reminding me. Look, sometimes, chat, you are my memory when my memory fails me. Let's see what else is going on besides daylight savings time. Destiny! Destiny is going on. Why is Destiny going on? Because Destiny talked to Candace Owens. Oh god, Bill Maher. I do have to show you this, don't I? It's Maher Watch. Look, okay, I wanna just make you aware of this before. What? He had Robert De Niro on? Wait, what did De Niro say? Saying that Trump is like a dictator who's going to round up Hollywood liberals like Maher and himself? Okay, no, this is too cursed. We have to watch it.
Nothing at all. Nothing redeemable in him. And we have to, and whoever the people are who want to vote for him, and there look like intelligent people around there. So, for some reason, it can't be. It cannot be. If he wins the election, you won't be on the show anymore. He'll come looking for me. There'll be things that happen that none of us can imagine. That's what happens in that kind of a dictatorship, which is what he says. Let's believe him. Take him at his word.
I did from the beginning.
Yeah.
I mean, I said from the very beginning, this guy is never going to concede power, and he still hasn't.
No.
He still hasn't. He still hasn't admitted he lost the last one.
Look, I feel like I hate to break it to you, De Niro and Bill, but liberals in general are useful. Are useful to fascists like Trump. Like, yeah, I don't think you have anything to worry about. It's the people, it's the trans people that you bash every single every single. What? Why is there a Pepe? Why is there a Pepe? Oh my god, they're making fun of him, I guess. Wait, is this really all that's like, this is dominating? This is terrible. Okay, there is another clip. There is another clip. Let me see if I can find it. The De Niro thing has apparently just... taken over Twitter. No, I mean, Bill Maher is very useful for people like Donald Trump, even though Bill Maher hates Trump, almost because of how much, you know, how much of Bill Maher's identity is subsumed under this sort of like anti-Trump thing, almost with how much of what he identifies as a problem with the right is localized in Trump. Like, Trump is extremely useful to people like Bill Maher. Okay, this is so frustrating.
Is what gave the world
Oh no, we got music. We got music. Music is my kryptonite, even though it's like also my superpower. It's all De Niro. It's all De Niro. God damn it, I hate liberals. Look, the problem with people like Bill Maher are that they claim to be on the left. Meanwhile, they're doing the dirty work of the right. And actually pushing, you know, like, and I'm not saying that, like, there's no liberals who, you know, have solidarity. There's no, like every liberal is not as shitty as Bill Maher. But, like, essentially what he's doing is he's replacing those people with an intellectual dark web is what, you know, Bill Maher is like anti-Trump, never Trump plus intellectual dark web. Then you get Bill Maher. And you get a clip that I absolutely cannot find and is going to frustrate the fuck out of me because it is just buried underneath all these people being like, look, Bill Maher's warning us about the Trump dictatorship. This is so frustrating. That's his game. Bill Maher is the final state of liberals. Yeah. Yeah, completely insufferable and elitist. And so when he replaces the left, or at least like the left that is in public view, then he essentially he becomes the straw man for Trump to use. Like, who's on the left? Bill Maher. Fucking elitist asshole who hates your guts because you come from flyover country. Because you're not, you know, you don't get to spend your time at the Playboy Mansion. I guess he doesn't either anymore. It got sold. But, like, if you don't know, Bill Maher was a huge patron of the Playboy Mansion, and there's a lot of stories about him just being an absolute creep over there. He's just Destiny plus 50 years. Yeah, just about. I don't know. Do you think Destiny will get further right than Bill Maher? I guess it's possible. Bill Maher is the typical 90s version of Democrat. His popularity is entirely predicated on people not doing a whole lot of deep digging or reflection. Coffee saves lives. I hope it'll save my life because I'm like apparently need more coffee than whatever I've been drinking. Okay, I feel like we should start with something funny.
I like to make walks in the morning time, yeah, with my legs. And I was walking this morning, yeah, around here, and I see two guys. They are, I think they are hobos, you know, men of the streets.
Men of the okay.
And they are making an argue, you know, fight, not with fisties, with mouthies, yeah, just very rude and things. And then one man say, "Man, suck my dick." What? Why you say that? What? This is making no Why are you say this? This is a silly. This is a silly and danger. So you are saying to the man, listen, we are not friends. We have make establish of this from all of this argumentatings prior. But please now take my most valuable sensitivity possession in my body. It have no protection, it have no helmet or something. No, it's just
It should have a helmet. I feel like it should have like a World War I helmet with the point on it. It should have a Kaiser helmet.
And sensitivity. Please take it, because we are not friends. What? And place it inside now a hole of you that is owning many objects for crunching and destruction.
Crunching and munching, yes.
Please, I trust you for 0 reasons. Also, we are fighting, but no, I would like this, you to take my pee-pee, please, and treat it like a lollipop, as I have requested here. Treat it like a lollipop. Of course you shall do this. You shall definitely not treat it like a hamburger, like a...
What is the German word? Like, is it Schloop or something?
Hamburger? No, of course. What? Of course. Of course, this man shall make your pee-pee into a luncheon. I shall not be nice and make it a lillipip. He do not like you. He's not your friend. Do not give this man your pee-pee. It's a hamburger. It's a Whopper for this person. Or a Big Mac. What is, I don't know, what is the equivalent for...
What I don't understand is why do they have a Big Mac, right? And there's no small Mac. Like, doesn't the Big Mac imply the existence of a small Mac? Like a little finger sandwich, maybe? You know what? I mean, like, I don't eat meat, so, and I don't eat cheese, so there's a lot about a Big Mac, you know, the sauce. There's a lot about a Big Mac that the gluten, yeah, like everything about a Big Mac I could not eat. But I feel like I would appreciate it if it was like a finger sandwich size, like little, you know, bite or something like that. Why is there no small Mac?
Your pee-pee.
Or like a mid Mac?
A White Castle burger.
Yeah, like a little White Castle version of a Big Mac's kind of too much food, isn't it? Like, just like, look at me. Look at me with my giant bowl of rice talking about how a Big Mac is too much food.
Do not do it.
That's probably like 3 Big Macs. I don't know.
Stop it. I do not give my pee-pee like this to a friend and make this requesting. Of course not for enemy, man. You're only owning one pee-pee. You're not like a man, I'm now make a guess, from the National Geographic show where man has 500 peepees just surround his torso. He may give one of the peepees to a man and say, suck my d.
No, that you're thinking of Maury from Big Mouth. Yeah, with the multiple peepees.
Because now I still have...
He has a little pouch that he keeps the peepees in. You ever seen this show? Like Maury, the hormone monster with his many peepees?
499 peepees. What? No, you cannot do this. You only one PP. Protection it, please. Don't say this. Say another insulting like, hey Manny, you smell bad and your face look like a goose.
Okay, advice from Germany. Thank you so much.
Away from what do you really believe?
Yeah, are geese ugly? That's such a weird thing. If your face looks like a goose, though, doesn't that imply that your face, like part of your body, looks like the entirety of another creature's body? Like, isn't that what that means? If you don't say your face looks like a goose's face, right? Which would be like you have a very small face that is about as wide as your neck and it has a beak on it, which would be interesting. I don't think ugly is the right word to describe it there. Bird slander will not be tolerated here, right? Because ducks and geese have like ducks and geese have an understanding, right, Donald? Like, they don't always get along, they don't always hang out together, but they understand each other, right? I mean, weirdly enough, if the duck looked like or if the person had a face like a goose's face, then they themselves would kind of look like a peepee. A little bit. Look more like a peepee than they do now, which is not much at all. Lick in German, yes, is lecken. I know about this. Or schlecken. If you make a lot of noise while you're doing it, it's schlecken. But isn't there one for suck? Is it like schloop or something? Geese are a-holes? I mean, they can be. They can be very destructive when they want to be. If a duck is a fancy chicken, then I want to try a swan. Yeah, what's up with... No, I feel like swans will kill you, though. Like, swans will unalive you. Lutsch? It's just Lutsch? Why did I think it was Schlürfen? Schlürfen. Yeah, see, I can pronounce umlauts sometimes. Because I know it's not Schlürfen, it's Schlürfen. Did you get yeah, I feel like a goose, like a swan, though. Like, people think that swans are chill, but they're not. Swans are not chill at all. Saugen. Ich sauge meine Säube, ich sauge meinen Säube, I can't even think of what I'm trying to say, chat. I technically can speak German, but I can never make myself understood by Germans. Germans are always, no, please, we can talk in English. It will be better if we talk in English. Like, they're always like, if they know English, they would rather, like, you know, however bad their English is, it's not as bad as my German. There's nukeln, like, ich nuke etwas mit meiner Mund. Destiny is a fruit ball? I can't take anybody with that haircut. Wait, oh, fruit bowl? Like, yeah. I thought you were talking, at first I thought you were talking about his blue hair, and I was about to tell you he no longer has blue hair. Destiny has, gotten rid of the blue hair. One of the advantages of being German is that you never have to learn German as a foreign language. That's one of the advantages of English, too. I feel like English is a truly strange language in some of its conjugations that make no sense whatsoever. We're entering weird German prawn territory. Actually, it's pronounced prune. Just kidding, chat. I don't need to put an umlaut. This is how Americans treat German. We want to put an umlaut on everything. We just make all of the vowels become umlauts, and you've been trying to learn Latin. The problem with Latin is finding, like, a native speaker to converse with. That's the difficulty. You kind of have to have a time machine if you really want to do Latin. Oh my god, I feel like I'm forgetting something. I am! You know what I'm forgetting? I bet people know what I'm forgetting. Yeah, geese teeth are scary, a random topic, but not as scary as the top of the hour ad break, which comes at you every hour at the top of the hour if you're watching on Twitch. That is 3 minutes straight of videos beamed directly into your eyeballs. And if your eyeballs are tired of having those ads beamed into them, you can possibly avoid that with a Twitch Prime for free, for no cost to you. That's a pretty good deal. That's kind of the best deal going at the moment on Twitch, and Twitch might actually take it away. They said they've been losing money on it, so they're thinking about, like, making it like a discount or something else. So grab that deal while you can, if you can. If you have Prime, you can grab that deal. You can also get out of the ad break for $5, or possibly, if you get lucky, you might be gifted a sub. Although I will tell you, getting gifted a sub is a lot more likely to happen if you're active in the chat. You took Latin, you never really have to speak it. Well, yeah, because who would you speak it to, right? Like, probably some, there is, like, one guy that goes around and does videos where he dresses like a Roman soldier, and he tries to speak to people in Latin, and they don't understand him. Like, also, is it Veni Vidi Vici, or is it Weni Vidi Vici? Because I've heard this is, like, a subject of controversy. There's certain like certain things about pronunciation in Latin. It's just, like, controversial. Maybe if you live in the Vatican. But do they call it the Vatican, or do they call it the Vatican? What about Pig Latin? Pig Latin is objectively the best language. But you have to find a pig to be able to speak it with them. Depending on whether it's classical Latin or ecclesiastical Latin. Pig Latin, the mammals are evolving. I mean, the Vatican. It's not controversial. It's pronounced, what? Are you serious? So it is Weni Weedy Weechi? That sounds so, classical Latin pronounces V's as W. It's reverse German. It really is the opposite of German. You see, I want to speak vulgar Latin. I feel like that sounds cool. Like, I'm always vulgar with my Latin. You learned it with a W sound. Okay, I think you're right. Chad is telling me, but that means that my dad was right. And that my Latin teacher sucks. Yeah, speaking of the ad break, it looks like it's coming on right about now, any second now. Not Weechi, but Wiki. Wiki. Vulgar Latin is when you insult people. Yeah, that's just like that's the only reason to learn any language is so that you can learn all the curse words, all the bad words to say in that language. It's a really smart thing because then when you're traveling in a country that speaks that language, and you get mad because you're in a grocery line or something and somebody's rude to you, or you think somebody's rude to you because you don't understand the culture, then you can pop off with some really offensive shit that will get you into all kinds of trouble. And you get to learn what law enforcement is like in that country. That's the best part. That's the greatest cultural experience you could ever have. Is popping off in a grocery store and getting arrested. Never met anyone who didn't take Latin to know the pronunciation of V as W. Well, I mean, I just had this argument with my dad because my my Latin teacher was like teaching me with the, and then like I was showing my dad like, hey, I know some Latin now, just like you, and he was like, actually, it's Waney Weedy Wiki, and then he went like Wickety Wild Wild West. My dad was like big into the Will Smith movies from the 90s. So when he said that, he always went into the Wild Wild West song by Will Smith. Latin is a good language to learn for people pursuing medicine or yeah, even just like anatomy. If you're like you work in the fitness industry, it's useful to know Latin in terms of names of muscles and bones. And are you my dad's age? I don't know. Does Wickety Wild Wild West mean something to you? Jim West? I can't remember the rest of the song, but he would literally start. He would rap the whole song. My dad would rap at me with the Wickety Wild Wild West, and I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And then he showed me the movie, but all I remember is there's a giant like spider. There's like a mechanical spider that they have to fight at the end of the movie. That's like literally all I remember of the movie. My mom learned the V sound at Catholic school. It probably has to do with whether your teacher, learn church Latin or classical. So I must have had like a religious Latin teacher. That's interesting. He didn't seem that religious. He just made bad jokes about Monty Python. Is it a spider robot? Is that what it is? It's a mechanical spider. Yeah, I remember that thing. Wild Wild West is a horror movie? I don't remember. Oh, horrible movie. I see. It's a spider like Final Fantasy VIII. You're sorry that I had to watch Wild Wild West with my dad as a kid. It's not as bad as the stuff that the Adam Sandler movies that I had to watch with my ex. More like a spider mech. Wait, so they get in it? It's like a Ava. It's like a Gundam or something. The bad guy was piloting. Does he get like in it? You got to get like in that thing. Like the thing about it is like there's two like there's like a robot and like you get in some kind of seat and you're like like Dr. Robotnik, right? That's like the robot thing. But then there's like a Gundam or an Ava, and in that thing it's more like, you're a small human getting inside of a larger human's butt so that you can control it with levers and pulleys. You know what I'm saying? Not in a sexual way, of course, right? But just in like a robot, right? There's nothing sexual about crawling into the ass of a larger human being and manipulating its movement using levers, pulleys, and buttons, etc. Outkast did the soundtrack. Wait, to what? To Wild Wild West? Was that Loveless the bad guy? Or is Loveless an album by My Bloody Valentine? which is also something in my dad's cabinet. It's like a LP. Yeah, he had LPs. He was a little bit of a hipster, I think. Anybody else have a hipster dad? Love Less is the bad guy. Yeah, but Love Less is like the experience of beauty in My Bloody Valentine. But don't worry, it's only shallow. My dad has some good taste. I think so too. I think yeah, as far as music goes, you have a hippie dad. Yeah, no, that's definitely an album that in fact I think I stole his tape, right? He had like audio tapes, and my first car was like an old car that had a tape player in it. So I stole his copy of Loveless, and I've never given it back to him. Your dad likes progressive rock and plays guitar, keyboards, and bass. Oh my god, this dude bankrupt his studio making Loveless? Oh my god, really? Wait, what? Was it just expensive? Did he like do multiple takes? Like what? Did he buy too much? Wait, his studio though. King Crimson. I think I am that hipster dad. I like Idlewild. Constantly run into my dad on the dance floor at shows. That's got to be an interesting experience. Literally one of the best albums ever made. When I Sleep is oh yeah. My dad likes Willie Nelson. Willie Nelson's actually really cool. I'm trying to remember. Like, did my dad have Willie Nelson? I feel like I think he had like that on LP. Wait, what's that song? Oh my god, I'm trying to remember. It's like a standard that it wasn't like a song that Willie Nelson wrote. It was like a standard. Because he did standards. He did like jazz standards and stuff, I guess. King Crimson is cool, but Klaatu, Willie Nelson, I can't remember what it was called. It was something like, was it Blue Skies? Is that a Willie Nelson song? Like the blue skies shining at me? Jolene is by Willie Nelson. Wait, Wild Wild West flopped because it came out when The Phantom Menace did? Isn't that the one that everybody hates with all the racial tropes and stuff? Like every single alien in Phantom Menace is like it's like a weird racist trope that George Lucas got stuck up in his brain. How do you build a real spider? I think you'd have to ask, is it Aphrodite that turned that chick into a spider? Blue Eyes Crying in the Rain? Is that the song? What's that song about, like, blue skies? But I think it's not by Willie Nelson. I think it's like he just did a cover of it. We were just talking about my dad's awesome taste in music. And also the fact that he likes to repeat the lyrics of Wild Wild West. Like anytime I would bring up like I thought it like, so the Latin phrase like I came, I saw, I conquered, I thought it was Veni Vidi Vici or Vici, right? And he would always be like, no, it's actually Veni Vidi Wiki, and then he'd be like Wickedy Wild Wild West, and he'd launch it. Like that was always a trigger for him to launch into his rendition of the famous Will Smith song about the Wild Wild West. And the robotic spider whose butt that the bad guy Loveless climbs into, but not in a sexual way, right? It's not sexual at all. It's just so it's a villain thing actually, so that he can be a better villain. Like, right, you can be a villain, you can wear, black in a Western movie, and you can like challenge people to duels at high noon, right? But if you've got a robotic spider in the Wild Wild West, I mean, you can your villainy becomes more efficient. This is what we call industrialization of the villain complex. Yeah, evil butt climbing, but to be evil, right? Not to be sexual, right? It's not a Kidney Thieves do a cover of Willie Nelson song Crazy. Oh yeah, I know that one. Yeah, I know that one. The Willie Nelson version. I have to stop chatting so I can charge. Look, I'm gonna run out all of your social batteries today. I just wanted to. I feel like I don't talk to chat enough, and every time I do, I'm like the opposite of Hassan, because talking with chat, it recharges my social battery. You know what like wears down my social battery is Ethan Klein, Vaush, Keffals, all this stuff that I cover. It's like it's the opposite for me. Driving to the shop and then chilling. Awesome, AC, good to have you. We never get this much attention. I know, and I feel like it's a crying shame. It's a crime. We'll let this roll. Is that cool?
Including one that was called for the Gaza Strip to be turned into a...
I don't know if we'll watch all of this, but essentially we're talking about The Intercept in its expose on the New York Times and some of the reporting that the New York Times has been doing.
Slaughterhouse. This was a freelancer.
But yeah, I want to find that second thought video too.
Consequential coverage of war and had no journalism.
I don't know why that's not on my list.
The better question is who assigned her these stories, why, and what they were thinking. Now, this is from 4 days ago. Ryan found answers to this question in the latest coverage that they've done. Between the Hammer and the Anvil, the story behind the New York Times October 7 expose. Anat Schwartz had a problem. The Israeli filmmaker and former Air Force intelligence official have been assigned by the New York Times to work with her nephew, Adam Sella, and veteran Times reporter Jeffrey Gettleman on an investigation into sexual violence by Hamas on October 7 that could reshape the way the world understood Israel's ongoing war in the Gaza Strip. By November, global opposition was mounting against Israel's military campaign, which had already killed thousands of children, women, and the elderly. On her social media feed, which the Times has said since it is reviewing, Schwartz liked the tweet saying that Israel needed to turn the Strip into a slaughterhouse.
Did Hassan have Ryan Grimm on recently? I feel like Ryan Grimm's been making the rounds. He was on Majority Report fairly recently, maybe even like on Friday, right? And I feel like he was on Hassan as well.
Violate any norm on the way to victory, read the Post. Those in front of us are human animals who do not hesitate to violate minimal rules. The New York Times, however, does have rules and norms. Schwartz had no prior reporting experience. Her reporting partner, Gettleman, explained the basics to her. Schwartz said in a podcast interview on January 3rd, produced by Israel's Channel 12 and conducted in Hebrew. Gettleman, she said, was concerned they get at least 2 sources for every detail we put in the article, cross-check information. Do we have forensic evidence? Do we have visual evidence? Apart from telling our readers this happened, what can we say? Can we tell what happened to whom? Schwartz said she was initially reluctant to take the assignment because she did not want to look at visual images of potential assaults and because she lacked the expertise to conduct such an investigation. Victims of sexual assault are women who have experienced something, and then to come and sit in front of such a woman, who am I anyway, she said. I have no qualifications. Nonetheless, she began working with Gettleman on the story. She explained in the podcast interview. Gettleman, a Pulitzer Prize-winning reporter, is an international correspondent, and when he is sent...
Who's on Democracy Now! Too. Yeah, they broke some really big news on The Intercept.
To a bureau, he works with news assistants and freelancers on stories. In this case, several newsroom sources familiar with the process said Schwartz and Sella did the vast majority of the ground reporting while Gettleman focused on the framing and writing. The resulting report, published in late December, was headlined "Screams Without Words: How Hamas Weaponized Sexual Violence on October 7." It was a bombshell and galvanized the Israeli war effort at a time when even some of Israel's allies were expressing concern over its large-scale killing of civilians in Gaza. A restatement of atrocity propaganda, the type of which that you immediately recognize when it's Rabbi Shmuley saying, cut the breasts off 500 women and chop them and play.
God, fucking Shmuley, this guy, like, invective, I guess, is what you'd call this, right? And the annoying thing about Rabbi Shmuley is that not only is he throwing invectives, not only is he trying to take the argument into like an emotional place, somewhat removed from the actual facts on the ground, but then even when his bullshit is debunked, he keeps repeating it. He knows that there's somebody out there that hasn't heard that what he's about to say is bullshit, and he's going to keep repeating it for their benefit.
Played football with them.
He's to rabbis what Dr. Phil is to doctors. Yeah.
That is atrocity propaganda.
Oh, isn't that right? He's like, did somebody tell me that he's not actually a rabbi?
propaganda of the
I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true.
highest magnitude. The New York Times is not going to reach that depth, obviously, because that's not good propaganda. That's the type of propaganda that people immediately go, okay, I don't believe that. By the way, what I just mentioned about Rabbi Shmuley is a quote. He quoted that numerous times in his conversation against Norm Finkelstein on Piers Morgan's talk show.
This shit was frustrating. I didn't watch this with you specifically because of how frustrating this exchange was. Like, he absolutely gish gallops Norm Finkelstein, and I mean, I guess it's a bad look. Like, even Destiny said that this was a bad look for the only problem with Destiny is he thought that his first name was Rabbi and his last name was Shmuley. He was like, Rabbi Shmuley, who is this Rabbi Shmuley guy you keep on bringing? It's like, it's Rabbi Shmuley, Destiny. He was kicked out of the movement, essentially deordained. I did not know that. I did not know that.
Said that as though it was a matter of fact.
Whereas Dr. Phil was never a real doctor well, I mean, he has a doctorate in you know, they call it a PhD. It's called a doctor of philosophy. He had a doctorate in something non-medical, I believe.
Was not. Of course it wasn't. Let me explain something. Sexual assaults are a routine.
Hi Twitch, welcome back. If you do not have a sub right now, you may have just experienced the top of the hour ad break. Usually that's something that I would mention ahead of time to give you a chance to get out of it, but this time I completely dropped the ball and didn't. I forgot to mention that if you no longer want to see those ads, you can get out of them for free using a Twitch Prime sub. You can also pay $5 to get out of them, or possibly be gifted a sub by a generous person looking to do a good deed, although that sort of thing more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat.
Part of atrocities during war.
Yeah, Rabbi Smalley.
It can happen, and it has happened time and time again, which is why there is a likelihood that it could have happened on October 7th. This is a position that I've maintained since October.
He technically got ordination, but it wasn't like anything other than pass on his final yeshiva examinations.
There were plenty of atrocities that occurred on October 7, okay, that are akin to acts of terror, because on October 7, it wasn't just
Now, supposedly there will be a debate between Destiny and Norm Finkelstein. Like, right, we've been getting edged on this, I feel like, right? You know, it was supposed to happen a long time ago, and it has happened. However, what has not happened is Lex Friedman releasing the VOD. Lex, release the VOD. Release the VOD, Lex. Release the VOD.
Palestinian brigades.
Anybody remember that reference?
Coalition of resistance forces that includes
Release the VOD.
Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, PFLP, DFLP, and many others. It was also, once the barrier into Israel was broken, there was also criminal elements that broke through said barrier. But as far as we saw, given how much of what happened on October 7 was filmed, including the actual real atrocities of Palestinian forces executing civilians, shooting at porta potties and the like during the Nova festival and many other circumstances, the likelihood that there wasn't firsthand accounts on rampant sexual assault in the way that the original coverage entailed, that didn't meet the muster, like the normal standard of the New York Times reporting. There are some reasons for it, because this was, for all intents and purposes, as far as the Palestinian resistance goes, a operation that was, in their own words, much more successful than they had predicted. They thought that there would be a lot more resistance overall, and that once the dam broke, there was a ton more violence than a quick in and out operation where they would be able to capture some prisoners of war as hostages in an effort to bargain, in an effort to negotiate with the Israeli apartheid regime. In that chaos, there was absolutely a majority of civilians that were slaughtered, executed in their homes when they were going about their daily lives. Inside the newsroom, the article was met with praise from editorial leaders, but skepticism from other Times journalists. The paper's flagship podcast, The Daily, attempted to turn the article into an episode, but it didn't manage to get through a fact check, as Intercept previously reported. If you recall, the daily episode was released and quickly taken off the air because it failed the New York Times' own standards. As the Times faces scrutiny for its coverage of Israel's war on Gaza, it has capitulated to the pro-Israel media watchdog Camera. Camera is another Hasbara operation, but we're not going to get into that right now. They pulled a high-profile episode of its podcast, The Daily, about sexual violence perpetrated by Hamas on October 7 amid a furious internal debate about the strength of the paper's original reporting on the subject. Times Times newsroom source told The Intercept. The episode had been scheduled for January 9 and was based on a prominent article led by Pulitzer Prize winner Jeffrey Gettleman, claiming that Hamas had systematically used sexual violence as a weapon of war. The fear among Times staffers who had been critical of the paper's Gaza coverage is that Schwartz will become a scapegoat for what is a much deeper failure. She may harbor animosity towards Palestinians, lack the experience with investigative journalism, and feel conflicting pressures between being a supporter of Israel's war effort and a Times reporter. But Schwartz did not commission herself and her nephew to report one of the most consequential stories of the war. Senior leadership at the New York Times. Schwartz said as much in an interview with the Israeli Army radio on December 31st. The New York Times said, "Let's do an investigation into sexual violence. It was more of a case of them having to convince me," she said. Her host cut her off. It was a proposal of the New York Times, the entire thing? Unequivocally, obviously, of course, she said. The paper stood behind us 200% and gave us the time, the investment, the resource to go in depth with this investigation as much as needed. If you recall at the time, by the way, right around the same newspaper publication from the New York Times, Israel was very mad at the UN committee probing Hamas sexual atrocities against Israeli women, calling them and also anti-Semitic. This is a normal part of the process for truth seeking. Why would you go against this investigation by the United Nations?
Yeah, I feel like I did watch the Democracy Now! Debate between Norm and Alan Dershowitz from 2004.
That there is a likelihood of sexual violence that occurred on October 7th. Make no mistake. The fact that they would stand against that, the Israeli government would stand against that, the UN investigation is akin to having Hamas leader investigate the sex crimes himself, is ridiculous. It is ridiculous. You have to understand, in a circumstance where you have been victimized and you want some legal repercussions for the perpetrators, the criminal justice system comes in and they're like, okay, we're going to take a look at this. Like, we are taking allegations very seriously. We are going to conduct an investigation. And you go, no, you hate me. You can't conduct an investigation. You just have to take what I said and immediately do something, which we are doing ourselves. And you should just step aside as we do the thing that we're doing in retaliation. Just remember that. That is incredible, in my opinion. Let's get back to the article by The Intercept. Shortly after the war broke out, some editors and reporters complained that Time standards barred them from referring to Hamas as terrorists. A rationale from the Standards Department, run for 14 years by Philip Corbett, had long been that Hamas was the de facto administrator of a specific territory rather than a stateless terror group. Deliberately killing civilians, went the argument, was not enough to label a group's terrorists, as that label could apply quite broadly, including to the United States, and including to Israel, for the record. But the New York Times does not apply that same rigorous standard to all groups. When it comes to foreign policy, the New York Times is a stenographer for the State Department. That much is clear, and that has always been the case. That's why they were championing the lies, the Iraq War that brought us into the Iraq War. They are complacent. I love the New York Times. I think it's a very valuable organ of the media. I think it's a very valuable part of the...
Can Destiny communicate in any other form besides debate? Probably in gamer, like, lingo? You know, he could probably talk in... what does he play? Is League of Legends is his game, right?
This process, I could not do what I do without mainstream media, without Associated Press, without the journalists. I have friends that work at these outlets. Please make no mistake. I'm not doing a classic...
That applesauce sounds pretty good, Afroponics.
Like, fake news, mainstream media is fake. I'm not doing that. I'm not saying that at all. Always apply.
That's right. He can speak in slurs as well, right, FG?
Criticism and also media.
Oh, that's right. It's StarCraft. That's what the one he started on was StarCraft. I feel like now as far as like multiplayer stuff, it's mainly Factoria. Yeah, that's a single player though, right? Is Factoria a single player game?
Literacy. I always try to explain to people media literacy. It's like me holding your hand and guiding you through these news articles. The New York Times is not supposed to be a dish rag, but unfortunately, when it comes...
The New York Times, yeah, I remember like when I first heard about like the New York Times, it was my dad actually, who's not... He's kind of like apolitical, I guess, or he's like, he would say that he's a centrist, right? He's like, I mean, in this day and age, he's pretty anti-Trump, but you know, back in the day, he was always like, you know, I just look at the candidate and see who has the best candidate, and that's who I vote for. Like, he's essentially the guy that like is like, which of these politicians could I have a beer with, and that's who he votes for. But apparently, he doesn't want to have a beer with Trump, and even though I don't know if Biden could handle an entire beer at this moment, he would maybe rather have a beer with him. But yeah, my dad would tell me that the New York Times was a more liberal paper. Like that was the liberal paper was the New York Times, and it really does not seem like it. I mean, maybe it was back in his day.
To channeling narratives that the State Department wants out there, they will absolutely do it. Corbett, after October 7th, defended the policy in the face of pressure, newsroom sources said, but he lost. On October 19th, an email went out on behalf of Executive Director Joe Kahn saying that Corbett had asked to step back from his position. After 14 years as the embodiment of Times standards, Phil Corbett has told us he'd like to step back a bit and let someone else take the leading role in this crucial effort, the Times leadership explained. 3 newsroom sources said that the move was tied to the pressure he was under to soften coverage in Israel's favor. One of the social media posts that Schwartz liked, triggering the Times review, made the case that for Israeli propaganda purposes, Hamas should be likened at all times to the Islamic State. This is a direct carbon copy of not just the American position at the time, it was cultivated and deliberately crafted by the Israeli Foreign Ministry. Hamas is ISIS was a hashtag. Hamas is ISIS, what Israel went along with post-October 7 to justify the genocidal campaign. Ironic considering that they went with Hamas is ISIS and Hamas are Nazis when Israel has, as a matter of fact, with al-Nusra.
So if you weren't around for the story, right, ISIS came about in the wake of the United States invasion of Iraq, and they're famous for beheading like reporters, right? Like and sending the video out, like, right? So you know, when that happened, everybody was like, fuck these guys. And even though people were done, they were checked out of the Iraq war, they didn't want, you know, any more Middle Eastern invasions on the United States' part. It was really easy to get people to, you know, support whatever actions that people were going to take to get rid of, to end ISIS. And so by saying Hamas equals ISIS, they're able to just almost as if you're transferring the beheadings that ISIS did onto Hamas and saying these two things are basically the same. If you were against ISIS, you got to be against this too. And
Times resembles ISIS way closer in nature, both in its colonial endeavors and also its bastardization of religion, as though it is a religious purpose that guides them. Just like ISIS, unsuccessfully, to say that they were doing this for Islam, weaponized Judaism in the most nefarious purposes to justify their atrocities. So the point I'm trying to make is that a closer comparison between ISIS would not be with Hamas, a resistance group against the apartheid regime, with Israel, whether it be destruction of archaeological and cultural sites of an entire population. Since the revelations regarding Schwartz's recent social media activity, her byline has not appeared in the paper and she has not attended editorial meetings. The paper said that a review into her social media likes is ongoing. Those likes are unacceptable violations of our company policy, said a Times spokesperson. The bigger scandal may be the reporting itself, the process that allowed it to print, and the life-altering impact.
yeah, Chad Alpha says no matter which of these senior citizen presidential candidates you share a beer with, they'll just end up yelling at you about illegals, just like Biden did in the State of the Union speech. Hilmandra says, I like the New York Times, actually. Has more body than two-ply. Good for those coffee and oatmeal mornings. Yeah, the only problem, though, is then don't you end up with like a little bit of the newsprint in a very sensitive area? Like, I feel like you could get some BPA through that.
The reporting had for thousands of Palestinians whose deaths were justified by the alleged systematic sexual violence orchestrated by Hamas, the paper claimed to have exposed. Another frustrated Times reporter who was also
Corn Pop was ISIS,
as
yeah.
an editor there said, a lot of focus will understandably, rightfully be directed to Schwartz, but this is the most clearly poor editorial decision making that undermines all the other great work being tirelessly done across the paper. Remember, I have like literal friends at the New York Times that have conducted very good investigations on the visual team and on other aspects of the Times coverage as it pertains to Israel-Palestine. There are people, I'm not going to reveal who they are for obvious reasons, but there are people I talk to almost on a weekly basis about the ongoing issues. They have sources on the ground. It is not the entirety of the paper. In this instance, they absolutely are. They absolutely are. The paper is whole cloth engaging in genocide apologia. The Channel 12 podcast interview with Schwartz, which The Intercept translated from Hebrew, opens a window to their controversial story and suggests that the New York Times' mission was to bolster a predetermined narrative. In a response to The Intercept's questions about Schwartz's podcast interview, a spokesperson for the New York Times walked back the blockbuster article's framing that evidence shows Hamas had weaponized sexual violence to a softer claim that there may have been systematic use of sexual assault. Times International editor Phil Pan said in a statement that he stands by the work. Mrs. Schwartz was a part of a rigorous reporting and editing process, he said. She made valuable contributions and we saw no evidence of bias in her work. We remain confident in the accuracy of our reporting and stand by the team's investigation. But as we have said, her likes of offensive and opinionated social media posts predating her work with us are unacceptable. After the story was published, Schwartz, who did not respond to a request for comment, tweeted to thank the Times for standing behind the important stories we have published. The recent attacks against me will not deter me from continuing my work. Addressing her social media activity, Schwartz said, I understand why people who do not know me were offended by the inadvertent like I pressed on 10/7, and I apologize for that. At least 3 of her...
I mean, I guess, can an inadvertent like happen? I guess. I feel like I've liked things inadvertently when I'm scrolling, right? Because, you know, you're scroll, and somehow you hit your thumb contacts the like button and you're trying to push it up, but instead it hits the like. Like, I've had that happen a couple times. I feel like I always hit the like again to unlike it after that, but I mean, I guess it could happen.
Likes
it just always seems like such an excuse. It always seems like such bullshit.
Subject of public scrutiny. In the podcast interview, Schwartz details
Phil Pan
are extensive reports to get confirmation from Israeli hospitals, rape crisis centers, trauma recovery facilities, and sex assault hotlines in Israel, as well as our inability to get a single confirmation from any of them. This part is very important. This is why I am stating that this does not meet the muster of...
Okay, so something to go over really quick here. You know, when you're talking about allegations of of crimes of these natures, right? You know, crimes that SVU would cover, let's just say. You don't want to say that's not true, right? You don't know that. You know, and especially if there's a victim coming forward with something like that, you know, you want to believe victims. You want to, and that's particular, that phrase exists because the tendency is to attack victims, especially anybody that has any connection to the person that is accused of such a crime. You know, generally will go after victims pretty hard and pretty brutally, and that's the reason that a lot of these crimes never get reported. Wow, what an interesting time for a galactic streamlord to reach level 5 on Star Trek Fleet Command. Congratulations. I feel like a scene from Evangelion is in order here, but I can't show it to you because it's it'll get copyright claimed if I play the congratulations clip. But just understand that clip is going off in my mind. The accidental likes of J.K. Rowling being far less terrifying than the stuff she intentionally liked by comparison. But what I was trying to get at, right, is that what this is not victims coming forward and saying, this is my experience. This is what happened to me. This is who did it, right? What we have is a government coming forward making these allegations without providing even a single confirmation. In other words, you know, this isn't like from the victims. These are allegations from a government that's carrying out a genocide that are being used as one more reason to dehumanize the victims of that genocide.
the paper of record. She was told there had been no complaints made of sexual assaults. The Times spokesperson acknowledged after Intercept brought the Channel 12 podcast episode to the paper's attention. You did not get a single confirmation, and then turned around and still reported on the matter, and the New York Times published it with a title such as "Screams Without Words How Hamas..."
So can you imagine that? What we're talking about here? Like a paper going forward reporting crimes of a very sensitive nature like this without any, this has nothing to do with the victims, right? This is a secondhand, like a third-hand account, essentially. You did it. You got to level 5. Congratulations.
Weaponized sexual violence.
It's pretty easy, isn't it? The level 5 is really easy. The second ship is pretty easy. You unlock your Corvette, and you'll find that those ships work different. Like the Interceptor, the Corvette, and the Explorer. I think it's called the Explorer, like the star, like the one that's like the Starship Enterprise. It's almost like paper, rock, and scissors. I'm trying to remember how it works. The battleship beats the Explorer, the Interceptor beats the battleship, and the Explorer beats the Interceptor. I think is how it works.
On October 7th is insane. It's unacceptable. This is not the op-ed piece. This is not an opinion piece. This is not the editorial side of the New York Times. This is supposed to be real reporting. And if real reporting falls apart and it is this biased, then what can you trust? Obviously, it is impossible to remain neutral. That's why I openly tell you what my biases are when I'm engaging in commentary. The editorial team that is supposed to be openly biased will refuse to acknowledge that. On the objective reporting side, there is a standard that must be applied, and the New York Times often is supposed to apply said standard. They do in other articles. The fact that they did not here is insane. This is one of the most consequential stories that they brought forward, where they openly acknowledged that there was no independent confirmation. That's crazy. She was told there had been no complaints made of sexual assaults. The Times spokesperson acknowledged after Intercept brought the Channel 12 podcast episode to the paper's attention. This, however, was just the very first step of her research. She then describes the unfolding of evidence, testimonies, and eventual evidence.
And again, I think that's something that Ryan Grimm and the Intercept were really careful to point out in other appearances that they did, or that Ryan Grimm did at least, is that this is not a denial that crimes of such a nature took place in this conflict, right? There's no way you can't prove a negative, and also in conflicts these kind of crimes often do occur. But what we're saying is that the information that was put forward on which these despicable and possibly internationally criminal acts were predicated are not backed up with anything.
That there may have been systematic use of sexual assault, the spokesperson asserted. She details her research steps and emphasizes the Times' strict standards to corroborate evidence and meetings with reporters and editors to discuss probing questions and think critically about the story. The question has never been whether individual acts of sexual assault may have occurred on October 7. Rape is not uncommon in war, and there were also several hundred civilians who poured into Israel from Gaza that day in a second wave, contributing to and participating in the mayhem and violence. The central issue is whether the New York Times presented solid evidence to support its claim that there were newly reported details establishing the attacks against women were not isolated events, but part of a broader pattern of gender-based violence on October 7, a claim stated in the headline that Hamas deliberately deployed sexual violence as a weapon of war. Anyway, this goes into detail about like all of her research. And by the way, as it stands now, I'm almost certain that I think CNN is still trying to do a separate documentary on October 7, specifically as it pertains to coordinated efforts of sexual violence conducted by Hamas and other Palestinian. The sexual assault hotline manager told that there were no reports of sexual violence. She described the call as a crazy in-depth conversation where she pressed for specific cases. Did anyone call you? Did you hear anything? How could it be that you didn't? As Schwartz began her own efforts to find evidence of sexual assault, the first specific allegations of rape began to emerge. A person identified in anonymous media interviews as a paramedic from the Israeli Air Force Medical Unit 669 claimed he saw evidence that two teenage girls at
Oh my God.
Oz
There's not like a single grain of rice that went down the wrong Height.
Had been raped and murdered in their bedroom. The man made other outrageous claims, however, that called his report into question. He claimed another rescuer pulled out of the garbage a baby who'd been stabbed multiple times. He also said he had seen Arabic sentences that were written on entrances of houses with the blood of the people that were living in the houses. No such messages.
That is some Charles Manson ass shit. You know, I mean, that's
exist, and the story of the baby in the trash can has been debunked. The bigger problem was that no two girls at the kibbutz fit the source's description. In future interviews,
and what's really annoying is this, right? When a story like that comes across, it gets reach, okay? If you want a story to have reach, you know, it better be a wild story. And a story like there was Arabic writing in the blood of the victims, like on the house, right? That's a pretty wild story. That story's got some reach. So it goes and it spreads and it gets heard. But what doesn't have that same reach is the retraction, right? The story that the blood, Arabic writing in blood, right? It spreads widely. And then when the retraction comes and it's like, oh, you know what? Actually, we can't confirm that. Actually, that we don't want to retract that, right? It doesn't have that reach. So that kind of, Hasbara has its effect without any sort of scrutiny because it's a breaking story. It spreads in the moment. And then when the retraction gets its shoelaces tied, it's already too late to stop the spread of the lie.
Location to Kibbutz Be'eri.
Oh my God.
No victims killed there, matched the description either, as Mondo Weiss reported. After seeing these interviews, Schwartz started calling people at Kibbutz Be'eri and other kibbutzim that were targeted on October 7 in an effort to track down the story. Nothing. There was nothing, she said. No one saw or heard anything. She then reached a Unit 69 paramedic who relayed to Schwartz the same story he had told other media outlets, which she says convinced her there was systematic nature to the sexual violence. I say, okay, so it happened. One person saw it happen in Be'eri. Remember, claims that were already disproven, claims that have not been proven at all, and other claims he had made that were utterly ridiculous and disproven instantly. So it can't just be one person because it's two girls. It's sisters. It's in the room. Something about it is systematic. Something about it feels to me that it's not random. Schwartz concluded on the podcast. Schwartz said she then began a series of extensive conversations with Israeli officials from Zakah. Now, Zakah, because the private ultra-Orthodox rescue organization, documented to have mishandled evidence, spread multiple false stories about the events of October 7, including debunked allegations of Hamas operatives beheading babies, cutting the fetus from a pregnant woman's body. Its workers are not trained forensic scientists or crime scene experts. When we go into a house, we use our imagination, said Yossi Landau, a senior Zakah official, describing the group's work at October 7 attack sites. But the Israeli media, Hebrew Israeli media, clearly conducted deep investigations, and these are not outlets that are anti-Zionist in nature, about the incredulous claims made by Zakah and how self-interested they were in fundraising after October 7. Additional irony to this, the dark irony here, is that the cutting off the fetus from a pregnant woman's body did happen. It happened in Lebanon at the hands of phalangist Christian fascist militias that were operating alongside the IDF to a Palestinian woman in a refugee camp is a real thing that happened in Sabra and Shatila, the massacres that occurred there. Using it as furthering October 7 atrocity porn is disgusting. Same with the baby in the oven story. If you recall, another story from October 7 was that babies were thrown into the oven in kibbutzim.
I remember this now. I remember this.
In kibbutzim on October 7, babies, Palestinian babies, according to first-hand testimony, the terrorist Israeli brigades, pre-Israel obviously, pre-formation of Israel, from Irgun and Lihi, that were self-declared terrorist organizations, mind you, in Deir Yassin, in a Palestinian village, in one of the acts conducted as a part of Plan Dalit, an organized effort to ethnically displace millions of Palestinians from their ancestral homes. Its workers are not trained. They let their imaginations run wild. The bodies were telling us what happened. That's what happened. Landau is featured in the Times report, though no mention is made of his well-documented track record of disseminating sensational stories of atrocities that were later proven false. Schwartz said that in her initial reviews, Zakah members did not make any specific allegations of rape, but described the general condition of the bodies they said they saw. We saw naked women, or we saw women without underwear, both naked without underwear, and tied with zip ties, and sometimes not zip ties, sometimes a rope or a string of a hoodie. Schwartz continued to look for evidence at various sites of attack and found no witnesses to corroborate stories of rape. And so I searched a lot in the kibbutzim, and apart from this testimony of the Israeli military paramedic, and additionally here and there. As a cop people, the stories like didn't emerge from there, she said. So she continued to work the phones with rescue officials. Schwartz then saw interviews that international news
I
channels.
was trying to remember where I've seen phalangism mentioned other than in this story, and I remembered. Now, I don't know, like what kind of humor Loner Box is trying to pull here, but like that's me, cultural phalangist. Anyway, funny stuff from the Destiny orbiters.
With Shari Mendez, an American architect who serves in a rabbinical unit of the IDF. Mendez, who was deployed to a morgue to prepare bodies for the burial after October 7 attacks, claimed to have seen voluminous evidence of sexual assaults. We saw evidence of rape, Mendez stated in one interview. Pelvises were broken, and it probably takes a lot to break a pelvis. And this was among grandmothers down to small children. This is not just something we saw on the internet. We saw these bodies with our own eyes. Mendez has been a ubiquitous figure in the Israeli government and major media narratives on sexual violence on October 7, despite the fact that she has no medical or forensic credentials to legally determine rape. She was also spoken about other violence on October 7, telling Daily Mail in October, a baby was cut out of a pregnant woman and beheaded, and then the mother was beheaded. No pregnant woman died that day, according to the official Israeli list of those killed in the attacks, and the independent research collective October 7 fact check said Mendez's story was false. The issue here is that there is enough atrocities that occurred on October 7 that if you just kept it to the reality, there is enough. There's just not enough to continue Israel's genocidal campaign. There's enough to whip people into a...
And that's why you see this stuff trickling out, right? Like every time that they feel like that, and it has, the world has turned against Israel. The world has turned against the IDF, right? Any sympathy that, people had, in October 7th, and it's just at this point, even some of the people that were like, Israel has the right to defend itself are now like, 30,000 dead civilians is not a defense of Israel. This is bullshit, right? And, every time they need it, they trickle something else out unsubstantiated.
Frenzy, but there just isn't enough for a 5-month-long genocide, a slow burn, as the entirety of Gaza is razed. And that's the problem. Ridiculous. And we have seen this time and time again, for the record, during the Reconstruction era. This has happened to black people in America quite frequently in an effort to garner attention and whip.
So what Hassan is talking about is stuff like what you might see in this is not a film. I always mention this film, and I just understand I'm not recommending it. It's the most racist film, possibly not. I don't know. There's a lot of racist movies out there, right? But one of the biggest, in fact, the first blockbuster in American cinema was a film called Birth of a Nation, right? And it was essentially a Confederate, like, apologia, Confederate sympathizing. It was lost cause, right? When you hear that phrase, Birth of a Nation is like the synthesis, the crystallization of what the lost cause is and how it operates in the American consciousness. And it's essentially like Northern whites having more sympathy and even a romanticism towards Southerners under Reconstruction than to black people that were, being victimized, being attacked by the likes of the KKK. And so one of the ways that they justify this, right, is to, wave the specter of black people, doing these kind of crimes to women in front of the public's eyes, in order to dehumanize and justify the systematic violence that was going on to black people in the South under Reconstruction. And you see what this is like essentially hijacking, like Southerners hijacking the victim status from the real victim, even under Reconstruction. Like, even in the time when, there were like, Black people being elected to office, for instance, right? That obviously didn't last long. The North didn't have a lot of stomach to force the issue of Reconstruction, and it's, in an environment where, there's these, masked rioters. Like, that's what the KKK was, people, who were obscuring their identity and, riding into town to commit, terrorism, essentially, against Black people, to try to
people into a frenzy, into engaging in lynch mobs, mass lynching campaigns.
And there you go. There's the result of that kind of
false
propaganda
that was presented that happened in the Tulsa massacre. A lie was told about a Black man whistling at a white woman, which led to the Tulsa massacre, which is still to this day, unfortunately, white supremacist historians, as a Tulsa race riot. Not a race riot at all. It was one of the first instances where bombs were dropped domestically on top of a bustling Black neighborhood, also known as Black Wall Street. It was a pogrom. Bombs from airplanes were dropped on top of a Black neighborhood. It also happened in 1985 in Pennsylvania in the Move bombing, but this is atrocity propaganda that has been used time and time again. This was done in Iraq as well. It is a way to launder a convenient narrative to an audience that wants to feel like the actions that a state is engaging in, no matter how genocidal, no matter how bloodthirsty, is righteous. People want to feel good about the bombing campaign. After Schwartz saw interviews with Mendez, she was further convinced that the systematic rape narrative was true. I'm like, wow, what is this? She recalled. And it feels to me like it's starting to approach a plurality, even if you don't know which numbers to put on it yet. At the same time, Schwartz said she felt conflicted at times, wondering if she was becoming convinced of the truth of the overarching story, precisely because she was looking for evidence to support the claim. I kept wondering all the time whether if I just hear about rape and
Only Facts says America fucked up Lebanon in the 50s. We told Lebanon they must have a Maronite Christian president, a Shia VP, and a Sunni Speaker of the House.
see rape and think about it, whether that's just because I'm leading toward that. She pushed those doubts aside. By the time Schwartz interviewed Mendez,
America set Lebanon to be sectarian from day one. Yeah, and it's a classic divide and conquer strategy.
Reservist story had ricocheted around the world and had been conclusively debunked. No baby was cut from the mother and beheaded, yet Schwartz and the New York Times would go on to rely on Mendez's testimony, as well as other witnesses with track records of making unreliable claims and lacking forensic credentials. No mention was made of questions about Mendez's credibility. How Schwartz landed in such an extraordinary position at a crucial moment in the war is not entirely clear. Prior to joining the Times as a stringer last fall, her nephew Sella was a freelance journalist covering stories on issues ranging from food, photography, and culture to peace efforts, economics, and the occupation. According to his LinkedIn profile, Sella's first collaboration with Gettleman, published on October 14th, was a look at the trauma experienced by students at a university in southern Israel. For Schwartz, her first byline landed on November 14th. Israeli police officers shared more evidence on Tuesday of atrocities committed during October 7 Hamas-led attacks, saying that they had collected testimonies from more than 1,000 witnesses and survivors about sexual violence and other abuses, Schwartz reported. The story went on to quote Israeli police chief Kobi Shabtai, explaining a litany of evidence of gruesome killings and sexual assaults on October 7. This is the most extensive investigation the state of Israel has ever known, Shabtai said in the Schwartz article, promising ample evidence would soon be provided. When the Times later produced its definitive Screams Without Words investigation, however, Schwartz and her partners reported that contrary to Shabtai's claim, forensic evidence of sexual violence was non-existent. Non-existent. Without acknowledging the past statements by Shabtai in the Times, the paper reported that quick funerals in accordance with Jewish tradition meant evidence was not preserved. Unnamed experts told the Times that sexual violence in wars often leaves limited forensic evidence. On the podcast, Schwartz said her next step was to go to
limited. So like there are anyway, you can understand why the forensic evidence might be limited. You can understand why things like first person accounts might be, limited if people, are no longer alive. They're not going to be able to give, a first-hand account, but limited forensic evidence is not an absence of forensic evidence. And what was being alleged was not just, these kind of crimes, which, like, Ryan Grimm said, occur in any kind of armed conflict, but systematic, weaponized violence of a sexual nature. And the idea that that could happen in a systematic and weaponized way without any forensic evidence being obtained is ridiculous.
A new holistic therapy facility established to address the trauma of October 7 victims, particularly those who endured the carnage at the Nova Music Festival. Opened a week after the attacks, the facility began welcoming hundreds of survivors where they would seek counseling, do yoga, and receive alternative medicine, as well as acupuncture, sound healing, and reflexology treatments. They called it Marhav Marpe, or healing space. In multiple visits to the healing space, Schwartz again said in the podcast interview that she found no direct evidence of rapes or sexual violence. She expressed frustration with therapists and counselors at the facility, saying they engaged in a conspiracy of silence. Everyone, even those who heard these kinds of things from people, were very committed to their patients, or even just the people who assisted their patients, not to reveal things, she said. Schwartz came away with only innuendo and general statements from the therapist about how people process trauma, including sexual violence and rape. She said potential victims might be ashamed to speak out, experiencing survivor's guilt, or worse, still in shock. Perhaps also because Israeli society is conservative, there was some inclination to keep silent about this issue of sexual abuse, Schwartz speculated. On top of this, there's probably the added dimension of the religious national aspect.
You see what she's doing here? She is grasping at straws for this narrative. Oh my god, Mousebreaker just hit level 5. That is the third person. Yeah, if you want to know what this is about, this is the sponsor, Star Trek Fleet Command. This is a kind of a cool sponsorship because I'm not asking you for any money. In other words, this is not like a buy something to support NCC thing. I only ever want to do that if it's something that you that's really like of value to you. And there's not a lot of, like, I get offered a lot of sponsorships, and I take very few of them. But this one's kind of cool, because you're literally making me money just by hitting level 5, just by unlocking the second ship, and just by playing and reaching level 12. So it's a cool way to support me. It's not the only way to support me. You can do so through super chats, super stickers, through donations, which you can find the link to down in the description down below. You can also support me through Patreon, through subs on Twitch, through gift subs, gift memberships, so many different ways, and I appreciate every single bit of the support that I get, because it's honestly only through you that I'm able to keep doing this. So much appreciation to those of you playing Star Trek. And today we're gonna start the Weasel Alliance up. We're gonna get our alliance going. So that's another thing that I'll be showing you how to join, and maybe even like troubleshooting if anybody's having issues with playing Star Trek, because some of the stuff is not super intuitive. But yeah, congratulations, Mousebreaker.
That this was done by a terrorist, by someone from Hamas, she added. There were lots and lots of layers that made it so they didn't speak. So every step of the process, when she was conducting her investigation, she found that there was no evidence, and oftentimes evidence that disproved the prior narrative that she was motivated to establish. She even recognized that she was motivated to establish this, by the way, and yet still went along with the fact that there's no evidence. It must mean that there is evidence, as a matter of fact. But it was not a matter of fact at all.
I mean, she's just making all kinds of grasps.
Of opinion. According to the published Times article, 2 therapists said they were working with a woman who was gang raped at the rave and was in no condition to talk to investigators or reporters. Schwartz said she had focused on the kibbutzim because she had initially determined it was unlikely sexual assaults had occurred at the Nova Music Festival. I was very skeptical that it happened at the area of the party, because everyone I spoke to among the survivors told me about a chase moving.
Only facts. Is Hassan's target audience Gen Z? I feel like whenever I'm around Hassan people, they're like millennials more than I mean I'm sure there's some contingent of Hassan's audience that's Gen Z, but
from place to place, she recalled. How would they have had the time to mess with a woman? Like, it is impossible. Either you hide or you die. Also, it's public, the Nova, such an open space. My coworkers always laugh at me when I say it's an apartheid state. What is the one best example I can prove it to them? Use the Israeli NGO or Amnesty International and their coverage on why Israel is an apartheid state. This is why I regularly talk about how false narratives can be presented as truth, and then the broader population that does not have access to like readily available information will just like reaffirm the calculated messages that they are seeing from the media. The New York Times doesn't call it an apartheid state, so it mustn't be that, but it doesn't matter. In some ways you get to, yes, watch an echo chamber form and operate in real time. That's why I think, like, regardless of the constant...
OnlyFacts says Hassan is more millennial in terms of his audience. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm sure there's, you know, he's got a big audience, so there's all kinds of people in that audience, but I get what you're saying, though. It's like,
endless conflict coverage in real time can lead to me even misspeaking from time to time, but it happens very rarely, and I immediately clarify. One of the most significant parts of what I do is to show you in real time how violence is contextualized. The Israeli Defense Force,
Hassan is no Germa. Yeah,
in
true.
real time on CNN and many other outlets, you whitewash a genocidal campaign that is like genocidal in broad daylight, by the way, just clear cut. Schwartz watched interviews given to international media outlets by Roz Cohen, who attended the Nova Festival. A veteran of Israel's Special Forces, Cohen did multiple interviews about a rape he claimed to have witnessed. A few days after the attacks, he told PBS NewsHour that he had witnessed multiple rapes. The terrorists, people from Gaza, raped girls, and after they raped them, they killed them, murdered them with knives, or the opposite, killed, and after they raped, they did that, he said in an appearance on CNN on January 4. He described seeing one rape and said the assailants were 5 guys, 5 civilians from Gaza, normal guys, not soldiers, not Nukba, referring to Hamas's elite commando force. It was regular people from Gaza with regular normal.
Do we not need millennials anymore?
Clothes. In Cohen's interview with Schwartz for The Times,
I hope we need millennials.
he said he then saw 5 men wearing civilian clothes, all carrying knives, and one carrying a hammer, dragging a woman across the ground. She was young, naked, and screaming. They all gathered around her, Mr. Cohen said. She's standing up. They start raping her. I saw the men standing in half circle around her. One penetrates her. She screams. I still remember her voice, screams without words. Then one of them raises a knife, he said, and they just slaughtered her. It was this interview that gave The Times its title, Screams Without Words, How Hamas Weaponized Sexual Violence on October 7. That Cohen had described alleged assailants as not being members of Hamas undermines the headline, but it remains unchanged. The Times did not address Cohen's earlier claims that he witnessed multiple rapes. Schwartz said in the podcast interview that since the Times insisted on at least 2 sources, she asked Cohen to give her the contact information of the other people he was hiding with in the bush so she could corroborate his story of the rape. Roz hides. In the bush next to him lies his friend Shoham. They get to this bush. There are 2 other people on either side looking to the other direction. 5 people in the same bush. Only Roz sees all the things he sees, is looking in a different direction. Despite
We were forgotten about? I thought it was Gen X that got forgotten about.
saying on the podcast that only Cohen witnessed the event and the others were looking in different directions.
Isn't like Gen X like the silent generation of like the here and now?
Shoham Gueda is presented as a corroborating witness to the rape. He said,
Wait, no, because Gen X is like went on for like a really long time, right? Is that the one that's like gone like? How do generations even work? Is it like a set amount? Is it like 15 years or? It's not like a set amount of time. It's supposed to be like culturally, like right that like there's like a, you know, based on like the youth culture, I guess that's popular in your teens and 20s, right? Youth culture. That sounds like I think saying that phrase youth culture just aged me 10 years.
4 men step out of the van and attack the woman who ended up
It's this youth culture.
between their legs. He said that they were talking, giggling,
65 to 1980 is Gen X.
and shouting, and that one of them had stabbed.
Wow, really? That's like, okay, I mean, like that's 15 years, but that seems like a lot. Like, I mean, 1965 versus 1980, that's like,
Her with a knife repeatedly, literally.
Gen X is actually a shorter generation.
butchering her.
Okay.
Gueda did not mention witnessing a rape in an interview he did with the NBC News on October 8th, a day after the attack, but he did describe seeing a woman murdered with a knife. We saw terrorists killing people, burning cars, shouting everywhere, Gueda told NBC. Say something, if you make any noise, you'll be murdered. Gueda subsequently deployed to Gaza with the IDF and has posted many videos on TikTok of himself rummaging through Palestinian homes. Cohen and Gueda did not respond to any requests. This independent site, October 7 Fact Check, Mondo Weiss, and journalist Ali Abunimah of Electronic Intifada and Max Blumenthal of the Gray Zone have flagged numerous inconsistencies and contradictions in the stories told in the Times report, including the account of Cohen, who had initially said he chose not to look, but he could hear them laughing constantly. Under pressure internally to defend the veracity of the story, the Times reassigned Gettleman, Schwartz, and Sella to effectively re-report the story, resulting in an article published on January 29th. Cohen declined to speak to them, they reported. Asked this month why he had not mentioned rape at first, Mr. Cohen cited the stress of his experience and said that in a text message that he had not realized that he was one of the few surviving witnesses. He declined to be interviewed again, saying he was working to recover from the trauma he suffered. In addition to Cohen's testimony, Schwartz said on Channel 12 podcast that she also watched a video of an interrogation of a Palestinian prisoner taken by the IDF, whom she had described girls being dragged by Palestinian attackers to a wood near the Nova Festival. Because Electronic Intifada has no reason...
Yo, I mean, like, as far as, like, evidence that I trust the least, I would say evidence obtained from an interrogation is amongst some of the most unreliable evidence that you can get.
Bias to lie, right? So that's actually really funny copium coming from you, chatter. That's the only instance where Electronic Intifada is ever mentioned or Gray Zone is ever mentioned in this article. Because the reality of the matter is that this article from The Intercept simply covering what the information that was presented and how it was not corroborated, and as a matter of fact, in many instances, was actually immediately discredited. Evidence to the contrary was presented. You can cope and try to desperately say, well, Electronic Intifada has a reason to be biased, okay? But that's the first mention in this entire article, and it has nothing to do with the rest of the veracity of the claims at all. I've been very careful in general, rarely ever talking about Electronic Intifada or the Gray Zone in my coverage, because I know that I have a broader audience that will immediately be dissuaded by the information that I'm presenting because of people like yourself. You will immediately go, they have Intifada in the name. Their biases do not change the reality, or rather, the lack thereof in this New York Times story. This is especially important to understand when a lot of the veracity of these claims were disproven, destroyed by Israeli outlets that are Zionist. That is why, while there is a sea of ridiculous articles that come out of even Haaretz and many other places like Ynet, they still do real reporting, oftentimes infinitely better than the New York Times.
I was about to say, like, this is a theme with the kind of propaganda that gets published with zero scrutiny and either not retracted at all, or if it is retracted in a way that doesn't make any waves, in a way that doesn't get any attention. Because like I said, you make a claim about, you know, somebody, you know, writing in Arabic in the blood of the victims on the victim's house, right? That's wild. Okay, that's some Charles Manson ass shit, right? That is going to get reach. That is going to get that is fuel for an algorithm, quite frankly speaking. I hate to put it that, like, you know, like, it sounds kind of callous, right? But in terms of what has reach, it's an algorithmically based thing. And a wild story like that has a lot of reach to it. Whereas if you try to retract that story, it's not as interesting. Now the story is that, you know, that wild thing that we said happened a while ago? Yeah, that didn't really happen. Just like the ghost sponsorships, just like the ghost memberships, or you get just as much attention, get the same kind of stream alerts as the real ones, but I think what they are is actually, if I'm not mistaken, the ghost, yeah, the ones that don't, like, come with somebody, you know, like a green box saying somebody gifted memberships. I think what they actually are memberships expiring. So that's all that's happened so far today, chat. Maybe kind of a shorter stream for today, if this
The
is
fact that she had
the beginning of the stream is any indication.
audacity.
It's a little bit depressing.
Palestinian
That's okay.
Interrogations, viable source of accurate truth, is insane. People in Israel people in Israel understand that those interrogations are not real. It's not done to actually arrive at the truth. It's done under torturous conditions, specifically to humiliate the Palestinians. They'll make people go, yes, we were behaving exactly like ISIS. I'm a Hamas person.
Yeah, it's literally like, what do you want me to say? Okay, I'll say it. Like, you know, if the torture will stop, yeah.
I believe Hamas is ISIS. Laughable that a serious journalist would look at that and go, this must be real. It's corroborated by forced confessions under torture? Really?
Like, you could get somebody to say that they dug a tunnel under the Atlantic Ocean all the way to the United States with you torture them.
J-Post would even look at the torture interrogation videos and be like, see, it's real. Like, that's crazy.
This is some 24 shit.
Attackers in the woods near Noah Festival. She was also moved, she said, by a clip of an interview she watched in November at a press conference hosted by Israeli officials that became the focus of her First Times article. An account named Sapir describes a lurid scene of rape and mutilation, and Schwartz said she became fully convinced that there was a systematic program of sexual violence by Hamas. Her testimony is crazy and hair-raising and huge and barbaric, Schwartz said. It's rape and amputation, and I realized a bit—
And again, Chad, I apologize for the you know, the stuff that we're talking about in the story is hard to watch, but it's important to understand that these claims that absolutely got the headlines, that absolutely, you know, got pushed by algorithms, got all kinds of reach, right, were made without any real basis. And it was the New York Times pushing this stuff.
Imagine, with many locations and the pictures start to emerge, what is going on here? Times report states that they interviewed Sapir for 2 hours at a cafe in southern Israel, and she just—
ouch indeed, Poenadich. Ouch indeed.
described witnessing multiple rapes, including an incident where one attacker rapes a woman with another, cuts off her breast with a box cutter. That's where the breast narrative came from. At the press conference in November, Israeli authorities said they were collecting and examining forensic materials that would confirm Sapir's specifically detailed accounts. Police say they are still gathering evidence from rape victims in addition to eyewitnesses to build the strongest case possible, said a correspondent who covered the press event. Such a scene would produce significant amounts of physical evidence, yet Israeli officials have to date been unable to provide it. I have circumstantial evidence, but in the end, it is—
New York Times fulfilled much the same role during the Iraq War. Good point.
Find supporting evidence for her story and discover the victims' identities, said Superintendent—
We'll switch over to Keffals after this.
Israeli official leading the investigation into sexual violence.
I know a lot of people are here for the Keffals story.
October 7, a week after the Times report went online. At this stage, I have no specific bodies. In the Channel 12 podcast, Schwartz is asked if firsthand testimonies of women who survived rape on October 7 exist. I can't really speak about this, but the vast majority of women who had been sexually assaulted on October 7 were shot immediately after. And that's where the big numbers are, she replied. The majority are corpses. Some women managed to escape and survive, she added.
Okay, so we're 2 minutes away from the ad break over on Twitch. Normally I do some segue from what I'm watching into mentioning that the ad break's coming up. I'm not going to segue from what we're talking about here though, because this is, you know, there's no segueing from, you know, these kind of descriptions to that. But I will tell you that if you're watching me on Twitch, you're about to experience an ad break. You might have already experienced one. It's 3 minutes of ads beamed directly into your eyes. It sounds like just 3 minutes. I can handle that easy, and until you've actually handled it, and then you realize that the 3 minutes feels like 3 hours sometimes. If you no longer want to experience those 3 minutes or those 3 hours, you can get out of that through using a Prime sub at no cost to yourself. It's an easy and free way, in fact, to get it while it's hot, right? Because Twitch might get rid of this program, and you know, supposedly it's costing them money. You can also pay $5 to get yourself out of it. That's how much a subscription costs on Twitch, $6 on mobile, or possibly, if you are lucky, like it looks like Valerie the Lovely Italian just was, you might be gifted a sub by a generous person in the chat, although I will tell you, more likely for that to happen if you're active in the chat. And I feel like Valerie the Italian was pretty, Valerie the Lovely Italian was pretty damn active in this chat today. So there's your gift sub. Thank you, Zara, for gifting that sub to Valerie.
I do know that there's a very significant element of disassociation when it comes to sexual assault. So a lot of times they don't remember. They don't remember everything. They remember fragments of the events, and they can't always describe how they ended up on the road and how they were rescued. In early December, Israeli officials launched an intensive public campaign.
Okay, I'm gonna pause this while the memberships hit. Thank you, Zara, for on both sides of the stream, gifting memberships over on YouTube to Grand Theft Autobot, Afroponics, Christy Z, Adria Staley, and Matt Johnson. Did I read 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Yeah. You all just got weaseled, courtesy of Zara Zarax. That's a very kind of you, Zara. Very, I appreciate it, and I think that the people who just got weasels appreciate it too. If you want to let Zara know how much you appreciate that generous gift of 5 memberships, if you're one of the ones who got them, post your weasels in the chat. Post your weasels.
Campaign accusing the international community and specifically feminist leaders of standing silent in the face of the widespread
That is one of the coolest things about memberships is you get special emotes. Same thing on Twitch as well.
systematic sexual violence of Hamas on October 7. The PR effort was rolled out at the United Nations on December 4th with an event hosted by the Israeli ambassador. This was a coordinated, full-scale PR campaign to do atrocity propaganda. With an event hosted by Israeli ambassador and the former Meta executive Sheryl Sandberg. The feminist organizations targeted by the pro-Israel figures were caught flat-footed as charges of sexual violence had not yet circulated widely.
That's right, Afroponics, you've been weird champed.
Sandberg was also quoted
I feel like we need to update those roles. There's a lot that I need to update, chat. Like I want to add membership levels over on Patreon and more. It breaks my it's like the one thing that really fucks with me though is like the conflict between my desire to do something special for people that are supporting me over on Patreon and also my desire not to cut anybody that's not able to be a member or a Patreon or a sub that doesn't have that kind of money out of content that I'm doing. Like it kind of feels bad. We'll figure out something to do. Maybe you can do what the Vanguard does. The Vanguard just reads off or shows their Patreon supporters at the beginning and the ending of each stream. So maybe that's a good idea. Wait, are we talking about consoles here? Well, see, hot take Andy, you're describing the reason that no one is over there, right? I feel like you're not the only one who's switched chats.
Rights organizations in the December 4th New York Times,
which is fine. Honestly, just be in whatever chat you like best. I don't care either. Whatever. I stream on Twitch. I stream on YouTube. Because I wanna be there wherever you want to watch me. Whatever environment is more comfortable for you to watch the stream in, that is the right one for you. But I'm definitely not telling Patreons don't need anything special. We just support you without giving money to YouTube and Twitch. That is true. That is much. And Patreon takes a little bit of the money, but not nearly as much as the other platforms.
article headline: What we know about sexual violence during the October 7 attacks on Israel.
Soul Life, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Mago Del Rio just got weaseled. Syra Sai just got weaseled. Tejat or Tehat, I'm not sure how you pronounce your name, but you can feel free to correct me. You just got weaseled. Passing Wind got weaseled. And Janelle M got weaseled. All of you now have weasels. So if you want to thank Soul Life for gifting you with weasels, gifting you with that weird chat status, make sure to post some weasels in the chat. YouTube coded because I'm a millennial. That's an interesting thing, right? Twitch has been around forever, but it does seem to have a reputation as being like skewing younger.
And whose publication coincided with the launch of the PR campaign at the UN. The article, also reported by Gettleman, Schwartz, and Seller, relied on claims made by Israeli officials and acknowledged the Times had not yet been able to corroborate the allegations. A revealing correction was subsequently appended to the story. An earlier version of this article misstated the kind of evidence Israeli...
Yeah, that's right, YouTube. Only Facts just said you're mature. I think that's a compliment. I would take it as a compliment.
Police have gathered in investigating accusations of sexual violence committed on October 7 in the attack by Hamas against Israel. The police are relying mainly on witness testimony, not on autopsies, forensic evidence. Just a marginal correction on one of the most important pieces of key evidence, either credits or discredits the entire story.
Hey, Only Facts. At least I'm not calling you OnlyFans today. I just realized that's probably a word that I'm not supposed to say. It's okay because I don't have one. Okay, it's okay because there is no such thing as yeah, but like they're really worried, especially on Twitch, that people are gonna promote that kind of stuff. But
Israel promised it had extraordinary amounts of eyewitness testimony. Investigators have gathered tens of thousands of testimonies of sexual violence committed by Hamas on October 7, according to the Israeli police, including at the site of the music festival that was attacked. Schwartz, Gettleman, and Stella reported on December 4th. Those testimonies never materialized. Benjamin Netanyahu hammered on the theme in December 5th on a speech where he said, "I say to the women's rights organizations, to the human rights organizations, you've heard of the rape of Israeli women, horrible atrocities, sexual mutilation. Where the hell are
Mature is also a category on a specific website, I've heard.
you?" The same day, President Joe Biden gave a speech in which he said, "The world can't just look away. What's going on? It's on all of us, the government, international organizations, civil society, individual citizens, to forcefully condemn the sexual violence of Hamas terrorists without equivocation." Without equivocation.
Without verification. Without any sort of sense that you even know what you're talking about. Biden has done this time and time again, where he's essentially, like, I don't know, like, what do we got? Like, Biden is our Hasbroist in chief?
Without exception. The 2-month-long Times investigation was still being edited and revised, Schwartz said in the podcast, when she started to feel concerned about the timing. "We're missing momentum. Maybe the UN isn't addressing sexual assault because no media outlet will come out with a declaration about what happened there. If the Times story doesn't publish soon," she said, "it may no longer be interesting." Schwartz said the delay was explained to her internally as, "We don't want to make people sad before Christmas." She also said the Israeli police sources were pressuring her to move quickly to publish. She said they asked her, "What does the New York Times not believe? There were sexual assaults here?" Schwartz felt she was in the middle. "I'm also in this place. I'm also an Israeli, but I also work for the New York Times," she said. "So all the time, I'm like in this place between the hammer and the anvil." The December 28th article, Screams Without Words, opened with the story of Gal Abdush, described by the Times as the woman in the black dress. Video of her charred body appeared to show her bottomless. Israeli police officials said they believed that Miss Abdush was raped, the Times reported. The article labeled Abdush a symbol.
Yeah, only facts. I feel like you were an NCC chatter at the time period when being in my chat would get you harassed by who knows.
Of the horrors visited upon Israeli women and girls on the October 7 attacks. The Times report mentions WhatsApp messages from Abdush and her husband to their family, but doesn't mention that some family members believe that the crucial messages make the Israeli officials' claims implausible. As Mondo Weiss later reported, Abdush texted the family at 6:51 a.m. saying they were in trouble at the border.
But I guess Hassan's gotten that too, like where people come into his chat and they whisper. So yeah, whisper on Twitch is like a DM. And for some reason, Twitch enables people to just DM randos. I think you can shut it off, you know, if you get, like, if you don't want to get DMs from randos. But the people will come into like Hassan's chat and be like, "Do you know that Hassan is a blah 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 blah? He's a tanky genocide denier, and like, how could you support Hassan?" It doesn't work as well on a large streamer like Hassan, but it was definitely a way that I was targeted in the past.
Her husband messaged to say she'd been killed. Her family saying the charring came from a grenade. "Doesn't make any sense," said Abdush's sister, "that in a short time span they raped her, slaughtered her, and burned her." Speaking about the rape allegation, her brother-in-law said the media invented it. The extent of which the New York Times, this is one of the most damning, they buried the lead here, by the way. This is also one of the...
Yeah, what is up with burying? So you know what burying, like, okay, most of you in chat know what burying the lead is. It means that there is the most interesting part of the story, or the most relevant part of the story, or whatever, is deep into the story. So the way that news stories work is a lot like the way that YouTube videos work. If you want somebody to see something for sure, you put it in the first few minutes, because you know there's a graph of people watching you, and it starts at 100%. You know, everybody that clicks on your video is watching you in the very beginning, and as you go through the video, it goes down lower and lower and lower. So putting something at the very end of your YouTube video means that there's a decent portion of the viewers that never even see it. Same thing is true, in fact, maybe even more so with a newspaper article. Most people who read newspaper articles, they're reading like the first 2 paragraphs maybe is a good guess. And this is a long ass article, right? I mean, you've probably done this, right? Where you see an article, it looks, you know, interesting. You read it and you read it and you read it and you're like, how long is this thing? Oh my God, this thing is really long. You stop reading it at a certain point, right? So whatever's at the bottom of that article, less people are going to end up seeing. And that's why Hassan is pointing out they're burying the lead, as they call it, right? The lead, should go in the first couple of paragraphs, if not in the, first sentence.
Gruesome, disgusting parts of the story. They reported it uncritically and then had the family have to come out and relive the trauma and to yell at the New York Times using her as a singular example. Another relative suggested the family was pressured under false pretenses to speak with the reporters. Abdush's sister wrote on Instagram,
"You had yours put on blast. Hey, if I thought there was any chance of catching whoever did it, I would have you send me those screenshots," right?
that the Times reporters mentioned they want to write a report in memory of Gal, and that's it.
I've definitely got some theories. I've definitely got some suspects, but as far as knowing for sure,
if we knew that
it's almost impossible.
The title would be about rape and butchery, we'd never accept that.
Yeah, the title, right?
The Times sought to discredit her initial comment, quoting Abdush's sister as saying she had been confused about what happened and was trying to protect my sister. They went as far as to ridicule the immediate family members of the victim. The woman who filmed Abdush on October 7 told the Israeli news site Ynet that Schwartz and Sella had pressured her into giving the paper access to her photos and videos for the purpose of serving Israeli propaganda. They called me again and again and explained how important it is to Israeli Hasbara, she recalled, using the terms for public diplomacy.
It's wild that they will make that request using the word Hasbara, right? Because, I mean, that is what they're looking for. Hasbara literally means explanation, is something like explanation, but in practice, we're talking about public diplomacy or really like propaganda kind of fits too. But the fact that they would explain it to her in those terms using the phrase Hasbara,
which in practice refers to Israeli propaganda efforts directed at international audiences. That is one of the people who filmed it, an Israeli person who filmed it. At every turn, when the New York Times reporters ran into obstacles confirming tips, they turned to anonymous Israeli officials or witnesses who'd already been interviewed repeatedly in the press. Months after setting off on their assignment, the reporters found themselves exactly where they had begun, relying overwhelmingly on the word of Israeli officials, soldiers, and Zaka workers to substantiate their claim that more than 30 bodies of women and girls were discovered with signs of sexual abuse. On the Channel 12 podcast, Schwartz said the last remaining piece she needed for the story was a solid...
Oh my God, Hot Take Andy says, so I was listening to whatever the algorithm blasted into my ears during work. You probably heard about the Sweet Baby Inc. scandal, which is... Like the scandal is that, I don't know, there's black people in games, like, right? The scandal is that I don't know, it's essentially a second Gamergate, but that's why people are talking about Gamergate right now, is because of that whole thing. But yeah, GG, some people say it's like stands for good game. It can, if you're playing, like an online game, like Overwatch or LOL or something like that. Somebody said it means Gamergate, and then they're connecting that to like VGG and DGG, the GGs, right? Now they weren't named after Gamergate as far as I know, right? They're named VGG and DGG because GG is associated is like a extension. You like .com, .tv. There's also .gg, and since the phrase GG is common in gaming, prior to Gamergate, a lot of gaming websites will get a DGG or get a GG extension. Destiny's stream started off as gaming, started off as him playing StarCraft. That's the one, StarCraft, and Vaush obviously is an extension of the Destiny community, so that's why they have GG as their also. I think back in the day when they got it, it was probably cheaper. GG websites are kind of expensive now. That's a extension that's not super cheap.
From the Israeli authorities about any
GG is a Discord reference. True.
Possible survivors of sexual violence. We have 4, and we can stand behind that number, she said she was told by the Ministry of Welfare and Social Affairs. No details were provided. The Times story ultimately reported there were at least 3 women and 1 man who were sexually assaulted and survived. When the story was finally published on December 28th, Schwartz described the flood of emotions and reactions online and in Israel. We gave it a very, very prominent place, which is apropos all my fears. There is no greater show of confidence than being put on the front page, he said. In Israel, the reactions are amazing. Here, I think I was given closure, seeing all the media treat the article and treat it something of a thank you for putting a number on it. Thank you for saying there were many cases, that it was a pattern. Thank you for giving it a title which suggests that maybe there is some organizing logic behind it, that this is not some isolated act of some person acting on his own initiative. Times staffers who spoke to The Intercept on the condition of anonymity for fear of professional reprisal described the Screams Without Word article as the product of the same mistakes that led to the disastrous editor note and retraction of Rukmini Callimachi's podcast Caliphate and print series on the Islamic State group. Khan, the current executive editor, was widely known as a promoter and protector of Callimachi. The reporting, which the Times determined in an internal review was not subjected to sufficient scrutiny by top editors and fell short of the paper's standards on ensuring accuracy, had been a finalist for the 2019 Pulitzer Prize, along with other prestigious awards, was rescinded in the wake of the scandal. Margaret Sullivan, the last public editor for the New York Times to serve a full term before the paper discarded the position in 2017, said that she hopes such an investigation will be launched into the Screams Without Words story. I sometimes joke it is another good day not to be the New York Times public editor, but the organization could really use one right now to investigate on behalf of the readers, she wrote. At some story meetings,
What is public editor? Is that like an ombudsman type of deal?
Schwartz said on the Channel 12 podcast, guests with Middle East expertise were there to offer probing questions.
Is that the rice cooker? Yeah, you are correct. You're correct. I'm eating out of my rice cooker. It's like, some people call me a minimalist. I live a very simple life. And most of what I eat is just like rice, some beans, and some vegetables thrown into a rice cooker. And then so that I have less dishes, I eat it out of the rice cooker itself.
I need you to understand something here. I'm going to pause briefly. Retractions, professional scrutiny into the New York Times reporting, incredibly important, because without it, a fundamental plank of democracy falls. I know we often talk about theoretical democracy in theory in the United States of America and how it's not real, but journalism is incredibly important. As much as I make jokes, journalism is incredibly important. And without this level of scrutiny, retractions, all of a sudden, every outlet turns into the New York Post. This has to happen, because if this doesn't...
And if you don't know, the New York Post is like an incredibly conservative tabloid publication. Like the New York Times, like somebody earlier described the New York Times as only fit for wiping yourself after going to the bathroom. The New York Post is like something that would probably give you an infection were you to use it to wipe with, right? The New York Post is not fit for even wiping. Yeah, it is the trash of trash. New York Post is absolute, like, we did not cover Keffals yet. Yeah, I wanted to cover this article because we haven't really talked about it yet, and it's important. It's crucial. This is some great reporting by Ryan Grimm over at The Intercept, exposing what the New York Times has been up to and how lacking their verification methods really are. But yeah, we're gonna get to the Keffals thing next. We're covering Keffals next.
Happen if there are no real retractions, you lose credibility. Desperately needed.
Wait, bailiwick is also a Cedar, like a Sam Cedar word
for mainstream press right now. Legacy publishers are at an all-time low in terms of maintaining credibility. It blows my mind that at a time when misinformation runs rampant all over the internet, the paper of record, what we use to archive American history, dish rag-like story such as this one that is unsubstantiated, uncorroborated propaganda, unimaginable. I can't believe it.
God, I feel like I might have this. Let me see if I can find this. I actually printed it out. I printed it out for you. That'd be great if I was like, that kind of, if I was like, reacting to stuff that I'd printed out, but no. I mean, I screenshotted a bunch of stuff from the New York Post comment section, actually. To just because like I saw an article and I just could not believe, like, I mean, the comments, like, I knew it was going to be bad. I know that the readers of the post are pretty conservative, you know, low information type people, but I was a little bit shocked by this. Let me see if I can find this for you.
Very same New York Times that is basically repeating the same mistakes, which I don't even think it's doing the very same things that it did in the lead up to the Iraq war. Will Mineker says, now we know New York Times' Hamas mass rape hoax, which was like New York Times' Iraqi WMD hoax, directly killed thousands of Arabs, which was order from the top. New York Times editor sent pro-war extremist Ahmad Schwartz and her nephew Afikaman Hunt for a story already pre-written. Like Judith Miller's Iraq war lies, this has to be understood not as a failure of the New York Times and its leadership, but the fulfillment of what they exist to do. They're willing to live with the embarrassment to do so, to do what they see as their duty. I think it's a pretty valid. No one knows about the Naira Gulf War story, I guess. No, we know. I've talked about it. The lengths that they went to. You're talking about the baby incubator story, famously. I've covered it in the lead up to the Gulf War. What is that story? I've never heard of it. You never heard of it because it was used, packaged, laundered in order to justify the Gulf War, and then
Yeah, it's a story that alleged that when Iraq invaded Kuwait, the incident that preceded the first Gulf War, the 90s Gulf War, there was a story that got spread that they had taken babies out of the incubators and just thrown them on the ground, right? Just horrible, horrible shit. And it turned out, surprise, surprise, wasn't true.
quickly found to be just bullshit. But what is really interesting about it is that they even went to the lengths of like having, the Kuwaiti diplomat's daughter saying that Iraqi forces were throwing babies that were in incubators, ripping them out of their incubators and throwing them out of windows. If you want to see real babies in incubators get murdered ruthlessly, by the way, the Israeli occupying forces done that in almost every single hospital in Gaza, by the way. Times reporters and guests who are concerned with Middle East affairs coming from all kinds of places in the world, they ask you questions that challenge you. And it's excellent that they do that because you yourself all the time, like, you don't believe yourself for a moment. Those questions were challenging to answer, she said. One of the questions you get asked, and it's the hardest one not to be able to answer, if this had happened in so many places, how can it be that there is no forensic evidence? How can it be that there is no documentation? How can it be that there are no records, a report, an Excel spreadsheet? You're telling me about Shari Mendez. That's someone who saw with her own eyes and is now speaking to you. Is there no written report to make what she's saying authoritative? The host interjected, and you went at that stage to those official Israeli authorities and they gave you something, anything. How did you respond? There is nothing, Schwartz said she was told. There was no collection of evidence from the scene. But broadly, she said, the editors were fully behind the project. There was no skepticism on their part ever, she claimed. It still doesn't mean I had the story because I didn't have a second source for many things. I think we all understand why a second source is a necessity, right? A verifiable second source that is clear in their testimony. Eyewitness testimony oftentimes, not even during war, in like a regular civilian setting, okay, an act of terror, is going to be very hard to get good evidence out of. Witnesses are notoriously unreliable, but you definitely need to have at least a second witness to corroborate. You need forensic evidence. You need actual evidence. You're basically at that point operating like a judge, jury, and executioner. And they didn't even do that. They couldn't even do that. A Times spokesperson pointed out this portion of the interview as evidence of the paper's rigorous process. We have reviewed the wider transcript, and it's clear you're persisting in taking quotes out of context. In the portion of the interview you refer to, Anat describes being encouraged by editors to corroborate evidence and sources before we publish the investigation. Later, she discusses regular meetings with others where they would ask hard and challenging questions. She said she didn't have it. So your rigorous reporting process doesn't mean anything if you don't actually follow through on it and you still publish it. It's an Ouroboros. You're basically saying the fact that they asked these questions implies that we have a rigorous process. Okay, but she didn't have answers for it and you still went ahead and published it. So there is no rigorous reporting process at all then. Or if there is one, did not meet the standards. And for the record, what is the New York Times doing? Oh, that's right. Are they launching an investigation over how their coverage failed? They're launching an investigation into who leaked its Israel-Gaza coverage reporting. Management has questioned staffers, including daily producers, after The Intercept revealed internal debate over a yet-to-air episode on Hamas weaponizing sexual violence. Such a probe is highly unusual, say staffers. Dubbed it a witch hunt. That's great. Dude, they're behaving like cops. Wait, so you're saying that the New York Times is propaganda? The New York Times is an incredibly important outlet for journalism in this country. It is the paper of record. It is how we archive American history. Therefore, a rigorous standard must be applied. And unfortunately, in matters that pertain to American foreign policy, in key events like the lead up to the Iraq War, and in this circumstance, laundering the narrative of systematic rapes that were conducted by Hamas on October 7, the New York Times has absolutely made up their minds ahead of time before the story ever published and refused to do their journalistic due diligence. I am saying that they do engage in State Department propaganda notoriously and historically. All media is propaganda, of course, but there can be propaganda for the truth.
Yeah, so just basically, you know, you've got this dynamic that goes on where you've got the media, you've got governments, and you've got sources, right? Which sometimes are those governments. And the media is always trying to walk this line between access. Access means, are you able to get information from a source, right? Sources, if they're especially government sources, they want something out of the media. They want their stories portrayed in a certain way. They're going to give access to the media outlet that gives them the story that they want, right? So there's a very real danger of the media being played by the Department of Defense, by the State Department, you know, by you know, is different elements of the Israeli government or any government really, to get the story that they want. And so, you know, a lot of the, you know, gray area of journalism is how you balance your need for access with your desire to not get used. You don't want to be a stenographer. A stenographer is what they call you if you are somebody who just like, oh, yes, Mr. CIA, you would like me to, this is the story that you'd like me to print. You just run the story that the CIA would have written themselves. Then you're basically a stenographer. You're not doing journalism. You're just, you know, essentially letting your source write the story, which is really, really bad. If a source can use you, like a government source can use you as their stenographer, then they basically have their own printing press with your name, your journalistic you know, outlet's name as its, you know, letterhead, right? It launders, in other words, that viewpoint.
The problem in this circumstance is that the New York Times engaged in spreading falsehoods. In her interview with Channel 12, Schwartz says she began working with Gettleman soon after October 7. My job was to help him. After the article was published, Gettleman was invited to speak on a panel about sexual violence at Columbia University School of International and Public Affairs. His efforts were lauded by the panel and its host, Sandberg, the former Facebook executive. Wouldn't both sides think they're telling the truth, though? Sure. You know, that's why you have to do the work to ensure rigorously applying the same standards to your stories to ensure that you are not caught with your in the wind. The New York Times was, in this circumstance and in many other very important historical moments, caught with their dicks out in the wind. What we found, I don't even want to use the word evidence because evidence is almost like a legal term that suggests you're trying to prove an allegation or prove a case in court, Gettleman told Sandberg. That is not my role. We all have our roles. And my role as the document is to present information, is to give people a voice. And we found information along the entire chain of violence, so of sexual violence. Yeah, she didn't want to say she found evidence because there was none. Here's the thing. First thing you learn about journalism, and it's a cliche that I'm repeating, that I've repeated time and time again even today, is that when one party says it's raining outside and the other party says it's actually sunny, the job of the journalist is not to report on both of those sides and what they're saying. Yeah. The job of the journalist is to open the window for themselves and report on.
And sometimes you can't. Sometimes you do have to report a story like, you know, as a he said, she said, but if there's the opportunity to verify that, or even do a little bit of deductive logic to say which of these stories seems more credible, then that's the real work of that's supposed to be the work of a journalist.
That the New York Times failed that standard of basic journalism. Literally, first day They literally opened a window, saw that it was sunny, and still said, well, a lot of people are saying it's actually rainy, so I'm going to say it's rainy anyway. Gettleman said his mission was to move people. It is really difficult to get this information and then to shape it, he said. That's our job as journalists, to get the information and to share the story in a way that makes people care, not just to inform, but to move people. And that's what I've been doing for a long time. This is like an esteemed reporter, by the way. This isn't the random freelancer we're talking about now. We're talking about Gettleman. One Times reporter said colleagues are wondering what a balanced approach might look like. I'm waiting to see if the paper will report in depth, deploying the same kind of resources and means on the United Nations report that documented the horrors committed against Palestinian women. Yeah, Sheryl Sandberg is the one doing the documentary. Sheryl Sandberg fronting Israeli documented by sexual atrocities committed by Hamas on October 7. You saw it reported on earlier today as well with respect to the food aid that was being delivered to Palestinians. By the way, Anat Schwartz, we covered it in the article, but like openly came out and tweeted that like they're standing by her. Devastating, in my opinion. Sweet Baby is a dev pub company that goes to dev teams.
God, we're not trying to. No, stop. Come on, pause. How is this so hard? I don't think we have time for the Sweet Baby story. Maybe the next time I stream, we can cover that. It is. You're gonna start hearing about this, right? This is a something that's really lit up the conservative media ecosystem. So when you start hearing about Gamergate 2, that's what they're talking about. For now, I just wanted to show you what I was talking about with the New York Post, right? This is an old article. Walmart becomes the latest firm to pull advertisers on Elon Musk's X. So I wanted to just show you, to give you a sense of who reads the New York Times, at least online here. This is like their YouTube channel. Walmart lost $4 billion to shoplifting and counting this year. A real company would stand up for themselves. It's because they're libs. It's because they're liberals. They're woke, and they're like, no, please steal more merchandise from us, right? He's literally fighting for our free. And also, I believe, like, if I'm not mistaken, not to compromise sources or means and methods or anything, but I believe that Walmart is one of the companies that will go after shoplifters a lot more aggressively than certain other outlets. Sisyphean Task, thank you for the gifted membership to Chibs. Chibs, you just got weaseled. You just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. He's literally fighting for our freedom of speech. Time to boycott Walmart. Who's next? Are they confirming that? Now this shows you two things. Both that, like, the right-wing tactic of boycotting everything that's that you perceive as woke. It like at a certain point, like you can't, Bud Light, Target, you can't do a lot more than that. And then they weren't really able to, I think, mobilize anything against Walmart. Are they confirming that their advertising is just thinly veiled bribe to exert some form of control over the platform? No, they don't want their ads to be next to Groiper Friend 1488, who's making some weird anti-Semitic conspiracy theory about space lasers. That's what they don't want. All right, that's purely Walmart's interest. It's concerning the amount of companies that don't want free speech. Okay, it's concerning the amount of people that don't understand free speech. Let's look at this one. Stand strong, Elon. X, the only social media platform where the trash takes itself out. It says F Joe Biden, or PH Joe. It's like fuck Joe Biden with a PH. That's very clever. That's very clever. You can tell that the YouTube moderation is not super great when it comes to usernames. We will add them to our anti-freedom list. That list is starting to get pretty long. We watch Wally as in Walmart, go down in slow motion after trying to ding Elon Musk. They actually think they have that much influence. They just don't want a brand risk. Like, this is really simple, okay? This is really simple. Advertising works. That's why companies advertise. If you advertise your product and you say, hey, we got these apples here at our grocery store, and they're like, I don't know what, you know, like, right, you're going to sell more apples than if you don't do that, right? So advertising goes on because advertising works. Now you know, it works because it's in a sort of a neutral environment, right? You're you know, just I don't know, you're advertising on a Twitch stream where there's no slurs or anything like that. There's nothing objectionable there. But if you're advertising on a Twitch stream where the person is like, you know, gambling and encouraging their chatters to also you know, to partake in the gambling too, then maybe that's not as right. People start to associate your product with that, right? So if it's like you're advertising right next to a bunch of slurs, then people are going to associate your product with slurs. At a certain point, like right off, you know, the worse things that your ads are next to, the less valuable your ads actually are. When it gets to a certain point, you got to ask yourself, am I diminishing my brand? In other words, am I making my brand look trashy by advertising here? And is it costing me more than I'm going to make from people being like, oh shit, she's got apples for sale? Yeah, I'd like an apple. I'd like, Waluigi wants an apple. Yeah, well, you all want apples, right? At a certain point, if I'm advertising my apples right next to some dirty sewage, you know, I got dirty sewage on the green screen. It looks like, you know, some kind of garbage dump, you know, projected on my green screen. Then maybe you don't want this apple anymore, because now this apple is associated with garbage, right? Or shit or sewage or something bad, right? Same thing goes on when you talk about people want, you know, do they want to advertise on Twitter? First of all, Twitter's not a great place to advertise to begin with, because it's just like, how many people click on an ad on Twitter? And second of all, if your ad is showing up next to a bunch of Nazi shit, then people are going to start to associate your product with Nazi shit. So yeah, that's, anyway, not to relitigate, you know, this is old stuff. This happened, I think, last summer, but I just wanted to show you who reads the New York Post. Child grooming ads have gone down by 83% since Disney pulled their ads. Okay, I guess Disney's grooming your kids, if you believe this person. If everybody stops shopping there, their grocery value plummets. Yeah, we're gonna take down Walmart. That's a great idea. But yeah, my main point here is that the New York Post is absolutely trash. So much respect for Elon. Walmart has never paid me any money to promote them. What? How dare they violate? Wait, is this person disagreeing? Walmart has never paid me any money to promote them. How dare they violate? Okay, I don't know what they're saying. Elon Musk is a master business. Oh, so there are some people. Okay, so there are some people kind of dunking on Elon, but you see 6 comments here. Will Walmart play their employees more since they're not spending advertising on? Anyway, essentially, you know, you've got an article here on Walmart pulling their advertising from X, and you got a bunch of Musk fanboys. So if you want to know who reads the New York Post, that's who reads the New York Post. Now let's get to the content that you came here for. Let us check in on my former bestie, Keffals. I say that with full irony, full sarcasm. There's Keffals. So this is the first Keffals video, I guess, since the Vaush stuff went down. She did a few videos. We watched most of them. There might have been 1 or 2 that I left out. We also looked at some of the things that Keffals was saying in private about Vaush. The fact that Keffals is actually kind of pissed off at Vaush and feels you know, dragged down with Vaush, and that like she wants to defend him, but the shit that he did was just like, you know, something that she shouldn't have to defend. So I don't know if that's like Keffals jumping off the ship. I mean, she's still got a GG site. Maybe it's something that Vaush and White Nervosa suggested that she do in order to sort of you know, preserve her brand while Vaush's brand takes a big hit. But for whatever reason, you know, she did say stuff in her Discord indicating that she's not happy with Vaush. Whether or not she really is mad at Vaush, I can't tell you. That stuff could have just as easily been, you know, released on purpose to kind of pull Keffals' brand out of the fire a little bit as Vaush's brand. And remember, chat, 20K subs and counting. Yeah, Vaush has taken a pretty... Don't let the Vaushites tell you that he didn't take a pretty big hit. Also, let me show you this too. So now this is subscribers, right? This is 0, right? Most of the months, like Vaush is gaining up to 8,000 subscribers here, up to 10,000 subscribers there. September of 21 gained 12,000 subscribers, right? There's some times negative 3,000 subscribers that maybe he had a scandal and lost some, but mostly, you know, he's in positive territory, but not very far. 1,000, 2,000, 6,000, 1,000, right? But we come to January of this year. Vaush gains 4,000 subscribers. I think this was an Anna Kasparian bump right there, right? When Anna Kasparian and the TYT shits the bed, Vaush does videos about it. He gains subscribers from that. Now, we come to January, December, we're gaining 4,000 subscribers. January, we're getting 3,000 subscribers. February, this says 18,000 subscribers, but I think it's 2,000. I think he lists 20,000 subscribers here. Now that is, you know, that's subs, right? But here's also interesting is views. That is a drop of more than 2 million views. That is 1/3 of Vaush's total views dropping off over the course of a month. So don't let them tell you that Vaush is taking this shit in stride. He absolutely is not, and he cannot. There's the Anna Kasparian bump, maybe. Almost 8,000 views during that month. But yeah, like down more than 8 million almost 8 million views that month. Losing, you know, more than 1/3 of his views over a month. So and that's actually a little bit more of a reliable indicator, right? The sub drop off it's hard to kind of gauge in terms of a graph, like, right? You're seeing, you know, a bigger drop off here, but Vaush did not lose 1/3 of his subs, or anywhere close to 1/3 of his subs. Vaush did lose close to 1/3 of his views. Now, like, there's going to be some, you know, back and forth. There's a margin of error here. There's static, right? There's noise, right? But this isn't noise. This is signal. This is real, right? This is a huge drop off. Losing 1/3 of your views in 1 month indicates that not only did Vaush lose a substantial number of subscribers, he lost an even bigger percentage of his most active subscribers. So yeah, I mean, this is real, this is permanent, and this is going to be reflective of Vaush's of a pretty big loss of reach going forward. Anyway, sorry, let's get back to see what Keffals has to say.
If you've been wondering why you haven't been seeing me on camera recently, it's because I've been going through kind of a dark time. It's been hard to be on camera and to talk about things, but I kind of just want to lay it all
I always forget she's Canadian until she says about.
out there. If you're unaware, this is the year anniversary, just a bit over a week now, of everything that happened last year.
Everything that happened last year, Keffals attacking her own community, Keffals doing a Kiwi Farm style op against the woke scolds and the tenderqueers on Twitter, telling her subscribers to make a Picru avatar to try to infiltrate the tenderqueers, to try to infiltrate the woke scolds. And it's even better, the more diverse the better. Yeah, get like make your avatar like a black lesbian or something like that, right? Just weird fucking fucked up shit for a leftist creator of any kind to be doing. And then the subsequent you know, revelation of the you know, substance abuse issue that Keffals had, and then the you know, withdrawal into rehab. And obviously you know, I wished Keffals a good recovery at the time. I don't support making fun of people's addictions, even if they're bad people, even if they've done bad things and hurt people. I was kind of hoping that maybe that might be a turning point for Keffals. Unfortunately, it wasn't. She came back and was back on her bullshit before too long. But that's what she's talking about when she says it's the 1-year anniversary.
I had to go to rehab, and I know I was the butt of a lot of jokes for having to go to rehab, but the honest truth about that was I was in an incredibly dark place. I was so close to losing my life last year because I did not want to be alive anymore, and
Oh my
I
God.
was doing every
Aglith, I am so sorry. Thank you for the resubscribe with a Prime membership. That is the best deal going on Twitch right now. Get it while it's still available.
drug that
Raven G says, as an addict, I can totally relate to how it can make you say things that you may not mean. That isn't an excuse though, and I just like I needed to own that. Yeah, and the other thing too, when you like when you blame harm that you've caused to other people on addiction, you're not just using an excuse. You're also hurting other people that suffer from addiction issues as well, right? There's a lot of people out there that have addiction issues and that haven't turned on their own community, that haven't done nearly as much damage as Keffals did. And like, although like I would hope that this would be like a wake up call, and that maybe if whatever was going on in terms of the harm Keffals was doing was aggravated by the substance abuse issues, that maybe you wouldn't see as much of that. Unfortunately, yeah, it didn't seem to be connected because she was back on her bullshit. So didn't know Keffals was trans until last week. Never really has been my wheelhouse. Yeah, I never got all the trans people promoting. Oh, Vaush. I mean, it's more like Vaush putting his trans supporters in the front line in order to be like kind of a meat shield. That's really what goes on. It's not that Vaush has like an inordinate amount of like trans people in his community compared to other leftist content creators. It's just that he wants to use them to deflect. And it's harmful to trans people, right? Like I said this when Keffals and Vaush tried to use like Vaush has got a huge trans audience. How could you ever call him, a creep because he's got underage looking eroticized like pictures in his goon folder, right? It's like don't drag trans people into that. This has nothing to do with trans people. It has everything to do with Vaush. Drugs made me do it. Only works to a point. Contrary to what brocialists believe, this isn't retributive to not. Yeah, retributive. Like nobody. Like I hope nobody's supporting like Keffals, being incarcerated due to the addiction issues or anything like that. We're talking about like how much do you trust a content creator? And I would say that, it's less about in terms of the loss of trust that Keffals experienced. It has everything to do with her harmful acts towards her own community and very little to do with, I mean, there is bias against, people with addiction issues. I'm sure that's like, it's not like that's not real, but the majority of the trust that she lost was lost not due to the issues that she experienced, but rather to the harm that she caused.
that I could find in order to numb that pain, in order to make that feeling go away, because I didn't feel like there was any hope for my future. And when I was in rehab, I proposed to a girl. She lived in Ireland, and I made the decision to move here. And now I call Ireland my home. And I was really happy for that opportunity, not only because I love her deeply, but because I wanted a fresh start. I wanted to get away from all of the horrible memories, all of the shattered hopes and broken dreams that I associate with my hometown. And I took that opportunity. And I'm really fortunate to call Ireland my home. It's a beautiful country, but this has been an incredibly hard anniversary for me. And this isn't related at all, by the way, to any of the drama. Like, this has nothing to do with Vaush or Ethan Klein. Like, Vaush fucked up. I'm not defending him. He can defend himself on the ways that he messed up. And I'm pretty sure Ethan Klein is currently in some sort of drama because he mocks someone who set themselves on.
Yeah, for anybody who doesn't know, essentially Keffals, the story goes like this. I think I gave you part of this timeline before. I first knew Keffals when she was streaming to like almost no one. And you know, it was more of an aspiration than you know, really like something that she was doing. She didn't really find her groove for a little while. She was a streamer for a decent amount of time with very little audience, right? She eventually found the content that she liked to do and content that people appreciated and started to grow, you know, doing like what seemed to me to be like not terribly political content. Like I didn't see her do a lot of political stuff. She got involved in politics when the all the anti-trans legislation started to be proposed, and you know, she was in the right place in the right time to get some attention for those issues when not a lot of attention was being paid, and you know, experienced some pretty quick growth right there, and even did some charity work in terms of raising funds for organizations like Southern Equality in order to fight you know, this kind of anti-trans legislation. So you know, and I was extremely supportive of her and kind of excited that somebody I knew had been so successful, you know, doing such an important thing. Because it's one thing to get attention, it's one thing to have success as a streamer, it's one thing to grow, but it's another thing to actually do something with that growth. And it felt like Keffals was really doing something, you know, for the trans community. And you know, I was aware that she was kind of close to Vaush, but I ignored it. I still did like positive videos about her because it felt like, you know, it was more about the issue than it was like Keffals, you know, who Keffals is friendly with, right? Whatever, you know? But at some point I think at that point she took on Destiny, you know, in a pretty courageous way, because Destiny, if you don't know, his community is notorious for harassing people, even like Hassan. Even Hassan, after he had that behind the scenes kind of blow up and that falling out with Destiny, you know, Hassan suffered a lot at the hands of Destiny's community and the kind of harassment that they would do, the kind of, you know, farming of him that they would do. And so, you know, it's pretty brave for Keffals to take, oh my God, Cosmopolitics. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, streamer. Welcome, raiders. Oh yeah, I've got to put it right down there. Welcome. You have triggered my stand. It's good to have you here. Yeah, we're right in the middle of talking about Keffals. If you don't know, I'm trying to give a summation of the long story of Keffals, both good and bad. This is a streamer that I knew when she was a very small streamer, and who I got to was kind of thrilled to see rise to prominence during the inception of the anti-trans legislative campaign that's still going on. That's still 100% like you know, has only gotten worse since, right? But Keffals was one of the first like trans creators to get a lot of attention for fighting against that kind of legislation, and even raised like quite a bit of money for Southern Equality, as I was saying. Also, Cosmopolitics, if you're in there, how was your stream today? What did you talk about? Good to have you all in here. So yeah, I'm just trying to go over the history of this. Keffals just put out a video. This is like, I don't know, her 15th video of essentially I quit, but she never actually quits. Morbius Dragon, thank you for the gifted membership to Donald James X, DJX. You just got weaseled. So yeah, I'm trying to explain this, and like I said, I got complicated feelings. You know, I was friendly with Keffals when she was you know, small streamer on Twitch. I was inspired actually by her courage, and actually, you know, saw her start to take on bigger and bigger enemies, right? At first, you know, it was enemies like Governor Greg Abbott of Texas in his push for transphobic legislation. Later, it became, you know, so-called SOCDEM streamers like Destiny, who are maybe more fishhook than they are, you know, the enlightened centrists than they pretend to be. There's a lot of, you know, kind of transphobia and transmedicalism in Destiny's community, and a lot of ways that community, you know, there's a lot of antipathy towards trans people. So she takes on Destiny, and then she takes on what she calls the final boss of the internet. That is a website that I feel like, in many ways, thanks to Keffals and the work that she did in the fight that she engaged in against this website, I can call Kiwi Farms right now. A few years ago, I would have referred to it as like Mango Ranch or something. I would have tried to like give you the idea of what I'm talking about without actually saying the name of the website. I don't think it has nearly the amount of power that it did back in the day, and we do have Keffals to thank for that, right? So I'm trying to be even-handed here, even though there's a lot that Keffals has been doing for a long time that I do not like, including, you know, to myself and to friends of mine. I'm trying to give you the good with the bad. I'm trying to present the entire story, because I don't know that everybody's got the entire story. Oh my God, Sarah, thank you for the community gift sub to Kettle Cook. You just got weaseled. Yeah, if you get a sub, if you get a membership, that means you got emotes. And if you want to thank the person that gave you that community sub, post those emotes, post them up. So yeah, so we're at the part where you know, Keffals takes on Destiny, takes on Kiwi Farms, and is somewhat successful in making life very hard for the operator of that site, and for the site itself. Like, it's is able to actually get Cloudflare, which is their you know, the site that allows the site, how do I describe Cloudflare? Essentially, Cloudflare keeps them from getting DDoSed off the internet, because a lot of people know what they are, which is a harassment site. A lot of people hate their guts, right? And they need, you know, protection in order to stay up on the internet, right? That was through Cloudflare, service provider. I don't know if it's exactly a service provider. There's some name for it. A web service? Yeah, web service. That anti-DDoS service. That's a big part of what they do, right? So, you know, and they don't pull out from anybody, okay? Good, bad, whatever. They have this aesthetic, this very old internet that is like, you know, we are just going to provide service for whoever wants it. And we're not going to judge, and we're not going to, you know, be swayed. But, you know, Keffals starts a campaign called Drop Kiwi Farms, and eventually is able to get Cloudflare to drop the controversial website. Now, did she defeat the final boss of the internet? I don't know. It's still up from what I understand, but maybe on a very reduced like level. It's more, you know, they're sometimes down. They're sometimes able to be, you know, DDoSed off the internet. They do end up finding replacements for Cloudflare. So, you know, as much as could be expected, I guess it's somewhat of a success for Keffals in terms of Kiwi Farms, but something is happening at the same time, right? At the same time as Keffals is choosing some really big enemies, is punching way above her weight, is ratioing some really bad people on Twitter. At the same time, Keffals is doing things and saying things that end up being friendly fire. In other words, that hurt her own community. And, you know, she's got a really wide base of support at this point. Like, almost everybody, myself included, supported Keffals in her efforts to take down Kiwi Farms, in her, you know, fight against DGG and the toxic Destiny community, etc. I obviously wasn't thrilled by the fact that she's, you know, part of the Vaush crew. I've got, you know, got feelings about Whiteleaf as well. But, you know, I somewhat understood because, taking on these enemies, she's getting massive amounts of harassment, and actually really similar harassment to what I experienced, although like on a much larger volume, because, at this point she's a much larger streamer. She's a much larger streamer than she is today, and much larger. This was at the height of just like my own harassment, which made it really hard to stream and made it really hard for anybody to even be in my Twitch chat, as only facts can attest to, right? There's just a lot of bad stuff going on, and Keffals is experiencing the same kind of crap, the same kind of harassment. So essentially, in an effort to mitigate that, she joins Whiteleaf. Whiteleaf, if you don't know, is Vaush's network of streamer websites, right? So I'm streaming to you on Twitch and on YouTube right now. I don't have my own website, right? So if you subscribe to me or donate to me or throw me bits or anything like that on Twitch, I will catch some of those bits, but Twitch will also take their share too. These websites, the service that Vaush's sysadmin offers, essentially allows a streamer to get more of the money that's donated, or that's through subs, through subscriptions, or through memberships, or whatever else. It essentially like cuts the platform, out of the equation, right? And it also gives Keffals more control over her site chat, right? So in other words, if you operate a website, you can have more control over like who's able to access that than you would on Twitch. On Twitch, you're kind of relying on Twitch to moderate. And for a long time, Twitch wasn't doing much against things like hate raids, things that I myself experienced way too much of. They have gotten better, they have added more tools, and they have made it so that like I at least haven't had to deal with that stuff in a really long time, knock on wood. But so Keffals ends up kind of signing this deal with the devil, with Vaush and his network, and starts to take on more of the characteristics of the Vaush orbit. Right, so how like the R slur. If you watch Vaush, if you watch a Vaush adjacent channel, you're likely to hear the R slur. You will not hear the R slur over here. I don't find it praxis to put a further pejorative towards an ableist slur like that. But you see Keffals embracing more and more of that kind of stuff, and as she does, she's losing part of her audience, part of the original people that supported her, especially the people that supported her in her fight against Greg Abbott, in her fight against the, transphobic legislation that's still, getting passed in a lot of red states, and her fight against kiwi farms. A lot of these people that were her army are like, Keffals, like, I don't like this. I'm not comfortable with this, right? And instead of any kind of understanding or listening or, making herself accountable, instead of that, Keffals ends up attacking and purging people in her community that are concerned about stuff like that. And critics on Twitter, that when an issue gets brought up, instead of listening to the people with the issue, Keffals, will block those people, or even like what she was doing at the time was kind of like a chain block. And a lot of, particularly like a lot of particularly like Black accounts are getting banned, are getting blockchained by Keffals, which doesn't just keep them from interacting with Keffals, which, given Keffals' direction, maybe they don't want to do that, right? A blockchain is essentially, getting other people to block them as well, right? So it's essentially cutting, marginalized people off from, a community that might support them. And so it just starts to get worse and worse and worse. And she's got to the point where now she's talking about a year ago. What happened a year ago was essentially just one of the most flagrant attacks on her own community that, you could imagine. She is so mad at what she calls the woke scolds, and the Tinder queers. So in other words, intersectional leftists, right? She hates intersectional leftists so much that she's like, chat, we need to infiltrate these Tinder queers. We need to, they always use these Picru avatars. How about we go and we make Twitter accounts with Picru avatars? Yeah. The more diverse, the better. Like a black lesbian. That's like, make it super diverse. In other words, so she's essentially instigating her chat to do the weirdest kind of digital blackface that you could imagine, and to go after her detractors by, I don't know, parodying them, I guess was the idea, and then mixing in amongst and of course, people see the stream, she gets clipped and it gets spread around. So people knew that, if they saw a random Picru that was that had started like, that month, right, that it's probably not a genuine account. So people start blocking all the Picru Keffals Picru army at this point, right? And it's at that point that she gets in a fight with somebody in her own community named Mommy Big D, and sends her posts on Reddit for anybody who can to dig up dirt on this Mommy Big D person, right? This is somebody that was like a friend of Keffals. This was somebody that was a Keffals supporter. And now she's kind of like doing a Kiwi Farms operation. Yeah, more and more as Keffals goes forward, she starts to look like what she was fighting against. She starts to look like Kiwi Farms. And that is really disconcerting to even the people that are still supporting. Because remember, she'd built up a lot of goodwill. She'd made a lot of connections with people that were, activists, that were advocates. And at this point, she kind of starts to throw it all away. At this point, she starts to direct her ire, direct her anger, instead of against people like Destiny, websites like Kiwi Farms, people like Matt Walsh, like all the Keemstar, all the people that she was ratioing like a year before. She's, dedicating more and more of her ire to the intersectional left, right, as being the problem. And at some point, a friend of hers, comes out with the fact that she's dealing with some pretty severe addiction issues and that she really needs help. And she, takes a break from the internet. She checks herself into rehab. And although, like, I had been, somebody that she attacked, some of my mods. She, literally lied about, Zara, who was just starting out on her YouTube and Twitch journey as a content creator. She just like, starts just lying about much smaller content creators on her stream. And so she's taking a break. And I was of the opinion that, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think that addiction is an excuse for hurting people. Okay. And I feel like a lot of like addiction support services will, or like strategies will back me up in this, that, if you've hurt people, you do need to make amends to those people. You do need to try to, make that better, and to, make sure that you're not doing that in the future. So it's not like an excuse or anything, but there is the possibility that after dealing with some really severe addiction issues, after a lot of self-reflection, that somebody can change. And I am all for a redemption arc. Maybe some people would even say I am a sucker for a redemption arc, okay? And that's kind of what I was hoping for from Keffals, because like I said, we were friendly back in the day. I saw her do a lot of good work. I saw her inspire a lot of people, and I was kind of hoping she'd get back to that. But no, and unfortunately, Chad, it was not to be. And, when she came back from rehab, she just doubled down on all of her negative behaviors. And, most recently was defending Vaush over the underage images that he had in his folders, and like all of that stuff. Really kind of got burned by that, because, Ethan Klein took notice that Keffals was one of the defenders, and made, talked about Keffals, talked about Tipster. So in addition to Vaush's brand going into the dumpster fire, like Keffals' brand goes into the dumpster fire as well. She did at some point criticize Vaush on her Discord, and these criticisms of Vaush get leaked to the public. I don't know if it was on purpose or if it was by accident, but she's, you know, clearly upset with Vaush. She's upset with the fact that she had to go to bat for him. She had to defend him, and it made her look terrible. And so now we come to this video, right? Where, you know, she's done some defense for Vaush. She's expressed her frustration with Vaush. And now she's talking about the future of the channel. So just to catch you up with where we are, and where she's been, because this is a long story, and it's not, look, I'll be the first to say that Keffals is a complicated historical figure. And I don't mean that in a, I don't mean that in a dismissive or jokey way, right? There has been a really good side to Keffals in the past. I think that in my mind, from my perspective, and remember, I'm not like, I was never her bestie or anything. I don't have any inside knowledge. I wasn't like part of the Keffals community or anything like that. So I don't have any, even if I was, like, that would be a little bit of a skewed perspective in another way, right? So I'm not saying this from a position of authority, but my perspective is that where she started to go wrong is where she started to be influenced by Vaush, is when she signed that deal with the devil to join Vaush's content network. I don't know what you want to call White Leaf. I think they call themselves a co-op, but to me, it looks like a means of control. In other words, if you're counting on Vaush's sysadmin to provide you with a website, you put yourself in a position where a lot of your income comes to you at the pleasure of Vaush and of his sysadmin, which is, you know, White Nervosa, who is, you know, somebody that essentially defended Vaush in his sexual harassment when he got caught for doing sexual harassment on Destiny's server. Literally suggested Vaush change his name in order to avoid any kind of culpability for what he did. So, you know, a really untrustworthy person, a person who has lied to me, a person who has lied about me, a person who has tried to take my channel down multiple times, right? That's who she signed on with. And that's why I call that a deal with the devil. I mean, that is not, you know, and once you kind of once you join up, right, then part of your income is dependent on being in good graces with this person. So that's why I kind of think, you know, although she was critical of Vaush at the end of the whole Ethan H3 saga, I don't know if that's genuine. It may have just been something that you know, Vaush and White Nervosa told her to do to preserve as much of her brand as she still could at that point, because it was pretty, like I said, she threw that brand into the dumpster fire by defending Vaush. So yeah, this is a video I'm not live streaming anymore for now, by Keffals, and this is the, I don't know how many times she's done this, like, I'm quitting kind of motif, and it feels a little bit like it's whenever she needs views, whenever her views are down, whenever her numbers are down, that's when we see one of these videos. Anyway, I'm gonna let it go a little bit, but I just wanted to give you a synopsis of how we got here, because it has been a long road, and like I said, you know, Keffals has done some good things too, although it feels like a long, it feels like it's been quite a while since then.
Fire, I honestly haven't been keeping up. I don't care. I'm making this video because, like, I don't like not being authentic. I don't like not being real with my audience. I've always hated being inauthentic. I've always hated hiding who I am. And the risk that I run by being vulnerable like this, because I know the moment this video is going to go out, I am going to be relentlessly mocked. Go check the comment section, like, as soon as this video goes out. And fuck, give it a like too, if this means something to you, because I appreciate it. I appreciate every single person who I have helped in.
Yeah, and I would encourage you to, like, I really don't like mocking people's addiction issues. In my mind, you know, the fault, you know, that's not something that I hold, like, against her, and that's also not something that I think is a valid excuse for the harm that she's caused. But I don't like to see, like, addiction becoming something that gets used against a content creator.
Anyway, throughout all the years I've been a content creator, I have suffered so much in the last several years of doing this. I have been doxxed, I've been swatted, I've been hacked, I've had people show up outside of my house. Like, it has been...
And that's real. She has been through a lot.
It has been hell, but it has been so rewarding. And I don't want to ever have to stop just because people give me a hard time. Because I know that I'm making a difference. And I know that a lot of people respect me for all of the things I've done. Throughout all of...
Yeah, the sad thing is a lot more people respected her, right?
my fuck-ups. Throughout all of the bad decisions that I've made. And I don't think I'm perfect. Of course I've made mistakes. But I'll always do my best to own that. I'll always do my best to try to be better. And part of that is transparency. And just saying where I'm at right now. And saying what I want for the future of my channel. And my content in general. And how I want to change. How I interact with my audience. There's gonna be some changes. I can't live stream anymore. For the foreseeable future, I just can't do it anymore. Live streaming is honestly, I think, made me a worse person. I think like the live streaming environment has made me paranoid because it is a format where people have unlimited access.
Honestly, I feel like not so much the live streaming, but the alliances that she's made that she felt like she needed to make. Remember, chat, the harassment of Keffals preceded her signing on with the Vaush network. Right, and that's really where I think, like, she talks about wanting to be authentic. She talks about, you can almost sense a pain in her of not being able to be authentic. But I feel like once you start running cover for somebody like Vaush, like, how are you ever going to be authentic? And if live streaming means being part of, you know, a team that's actively attacking the intersectional left and doing harm, like, I mean, yeah, I can see why. Like, I had almost the opposite. I've been through a lot. I've been, you know, harassed. I don't want to get, you know, super into it, and give you like my history here. We're talking about Keffals, but I can relate to a lot of this stuff. But overall, because I've stayed true to myself, and believe me, I've had chances to sell out. I've had chances to be part of the Vaush network. Actually, I you know, was offered a White Leaf website, and I turned it down because to me, I knew that, you know, yeah, that could increase like the income that I get, that could make my streaming a lot more sustainable, but that it would be at the cost of controlling who I am as a streamer and what I say and you know, who I support, right? I could not be independent with that. So like I turned it down. And you know, I had people who supported me that I owe everything to, as far as keeping me grounded and as far as keeping me from giving up, because there have been times where it looked absolutely hopeless for me, chat, in terms of, like, I didn't just get, you know, harassed by, you know, bad faith actors and trolls and weirdos, you know, DMing me all kinds of threatening crap, okay? I got harassed by streamers. I got harassed by people like Aristocracy, in terms of the lies that were spread about me. I got, you know, harassed by Dylan Burns and his community, and like it made it hard for me to go forward. Like it made it hard for people to be part of my community, because at one time being part of my community meant getting some of that harassment. And there were a lot of people that just were not able to hang with that. but I feel like overall it's made me a better person. I don't think I was. I look at back at the beginning of doing streaming, and I see a person that's not really grounded in herself. I see a person that wants to do the right things, um, but is not always sure what those things are or how realistic they are. I see a person that thinks that she can reach out and maybe change the nature of the discourse in the debate sphere, not recognizing that that shit was rotten years before I got there, not realizing that Destiny doesn't want to hear me, tell him who the real victims of cancel culture is. Surprise, it's not, cis white like streamer dudes. It's marginalized people, right? In terms of actual, the closest thing that exists to cancel culture is something more along the lines of marginalization. And it is something that, I thought I could convey to him with facts and logic, right? I thought that I could deal with these people. I thought that I could, contribute positively towards the discourse and make things better. I thought these people were reachable. Chat, they are not interested in being reached. They are interested in rolling over the intersectional left with a fucking bulldozer. All right? And they almost rolled over me. And it's only thanks to people that stuck with me when things got really hard that I was even able to get through that. Anyway.
To troll and harass you. And you can only take so much of that before it gets under your skin. And I've also felt like I've been stuck in this cycle of just endlessly churning out slop that I'm not even proud of. It's just stuff that within a day or two, no one cares about. It just comes and goes so quickly that none of it feels meaningful, and a lot of it doesn't feel like it has any rewatch value at all. And I really want to make stuff that has more meaning than that. I want to be able to put more thought into what I'm doing. Even if it makes me less money, even if I get less views for doing it, I want to be fulfilled in what I'm doing. I have this channel that...
I mean, look, Keffals, like, I doubt that you'll ever watch this, but if you end up watching it, I wish the best for you. Like, the new channel you're making, it sounds kind of cool. I feel like you've caused a lot of harms in the political sphere, and that if that's what makes you happy, go do it. Change. You can change the way you live.
You're all watching this video on right now, and I'm gonna be putting short form and long form video essays on it.
Sorry,
I'll
chat.
also do videos like this if you want me to. Just let me know in the comments, because I have no idea what I'm doing. Honestly, I know that things need to change. I'm gonna be seeing a psychiatrist soon. I had a situation when I moved here that the antidepressant that I was on for a really long time, it wasn't approved for use.
True crime is not a good way to move forward. Yeah, I guess she said that was one of the... Yeah, I don't... I have watched true crime content before. The reason I don't use it as React content is I feel like it's hard to do that without like becoming propaganda yourself. So, but what did she was talking about some other stuff too. Yeah, glad she knows something needs to change. Look, I mean, like, anyway, I am a sucker for a redemption arc, and can still... I don't expect one, but I wish the best to her. I honestly wish that hope that she finds some kind of content that really that she's passionate about, and hopefully a kind of content that won't lead her into attacking her own supporters, her own community, like she's been doing. Yeah, any sort of change would probably be preferable to being a member of the Vaush network and being part of all that shit.
In Ireland, and I had to be taken off it. And now that I'm in a depressive episode again, I realize I need help. So I'm going to be seeing a psychiatrist pretty soon to deal with that and to try to feel okay again. It's going to be a bit of a journey, but I know I'm going to be okay. I have a lot of people who care about me, and I'm starting to feel like I have a sense of hope again. As for my live channel, I'm going to keep it to shorts if I do go back to live streaming, and I'm still working on Scared.
See, I don't even know what she's saying. Yeah, Scared Awake is what she's talking about as her new content direction. She made a channel that is a channel like, what is Scared Awake? So she said it like compared it to like Night Mind. What I think she's done some content on like the Russian sleep experiment, like that kind of stuff.
Awake. I'm still going to be releasing a video.
But I don't know what she means by like I'm only going to do short form content if I'm going to do live streaming again, because live streaming, does she mean like shorter streams? I mean, I'm sure that could help. The, you know, kind of daily streamer rigmarole, is that how you can pronounce it? You know, doing 6-hour streams can be tough, and if you're, you know, trying to recover and be your best self, maybe shorter streams. But I literally don't know what she means, because short form content to me is like shorts, right? Or at the I don't know. I don't get, it's a horror based thing. I think, yeah, Nightmind is all about ARGs. That's what I thought she was doing. Rigmarole. Thank you, Afroponics. Yeah, rigmarole. She's gonna do a YouTube shorts on that channel. Well, I guess, okay, so YouTube, no, this is an interesting thing, and I want to ask you about this, chat, because I just noticed as I logged on, there is YouTube has opened, or like they're, you know how, okay, so let me try to, YouTube shorts are like TikTok, right? Does that make sense? Like, it's like YouTube's take on TikTok is YouTube shorts. And like, it's a little different than TikTok. I would say it's pretty conservative. Like anything that's political on YouTube shorts, you know, the audience for YouTube shorts tends to be pretty right wing. But they're also going to start doing something else that TikTok does, which is streaming. Now, TikTok streams are way different than YouTube streams or Twitch streams. The first thing that comes to mind is the fact that the format is vertical, right? So, you know, you're looking at me on your screen. You might have taken your phone and twisted it this way so you can see a bigger image of me, or you might be looking at me like this, but I'm at the top of your phone, right? The vertical streaming is essentially just like, you know, it's like a TikTok or a short, right? But the stream would be like that. So I'm curious if anybody would be interested. Now, I think that it would be like I'm guessing the way that they've got it set up is it's for your phone, at least at first. So it would probably be, you know, more casual, shorter, maybe more personal streams. I don't know if there's a way to do like react content like I normally do. I'll figure all that out, but I'm curious about it, and it's worth like a try. Is this a pity stream for me or for Keffals? I apologize, chat, for crying and stuff. I just like, there's a little bit of Keffals' story that I can almost relate to. And I say almost relate to because I made very different decisions than Keffals made. But those were decisions that I had to make. Those were crossroads that I had to take a path. And I could imagine maybe not ending up exactly where Keffals ended up, but ending up in a similar compromised kind of place. And I really am just thankful for the people that I've had around me, the people that have supported me, the people that have been there for me, because I didn't take those options. I didn't, you know, I didn't take the white leaf site when it was offered to me. So I'm just really thankful that things turned out the way that they did. Because there was a time where Keffals, you know, came in here and just said ratio. And I knew what she meant. She meant that, like, you know, I'd been a larger streamer than her for a while, and now she was a bigger streamer than I was. And she was like, ratio, bitch. And, I'm like, at that point, things looked really bad for me, right? Like, I had lost a large part of my community because of all the harassment. I didn't have, like, allies like she did, and part of the reason that she might have fallen in with that crowd with Vaush and everybody was because of that perception of being under attack, which she was under attack by Destiny's community. She was under attack by the farms. She was under attack by the right wingers that she was going up against on Twitter. Can relate to my worst enemies the shit bit of being decent, honest lefty. The thing with pathological behavior is that it's compulsive.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
And the afflicted can't just stop. Yeah, it might be really hard. Thank you for invading into my chat, G Graham. Welcome. My reflecting is all good. Look, I'm just very thankful that things worked out the way that they did for me.
Every 2 weeks. I'll leave it in the description if you want to subscribe. It's not going to be everyone's cup of tea, but horror content has always been like a really big special interest of mine. And if I can get that off the ground, that would be really cool. I'm just going to keep chipping away at it, because if it does get off the ground and I can make that work, that's awesome. And if it doesn't, I'm enjoying doing it. And that's what matters. Being able to create stuff and put stuff out in the world that matters means a lot to me. Being vulnerable like this is honestly terrifying, but I really want to be. I really appreciate being able to be this vulnerable. I've never tried to hide the fact from my audience. I've been pretty transparent. I've always struggled with mental health issues. I've been diagnosed with ADHD.
Yeah, Jules, I don't like true crime either, just because it's almost impossible for that not to become propaganda.
PTSD.
I mean, no judgment. Like I said, I've watched true crime videos. I understand the attraction. I understand how compelling those stories can be. But like, as far as doing reaction content, you won't see any true crime. From me, that's not the audience that I want to cultivate. And yeah, just like, watching like police interrogations is not, although, the stories could be compelling. It's hard to react to something like that without it being.
Major depressive disorder. I've tried to take my own life before. I've been in psychiatric hospitals. I went to rehab. Multiple members of my family also took their own lives. And
so yeah, I'm kind of conflicted here, because like, on one hand, okay, I knew Keffals when she did content that she seemed to enjoy doing more, right? And she seemed like, a happier person. That was before she had turned on her own community. That was before she had decided to make the intersectional left an enemy of hers. It was kind of apolitical, but she seemed to she was good at making that content. She cultivated a community with that content, and she was happy. But at the same time, like, if there's some people in chat that you're saying this feels manipulative, and you may be right. You may be right. It's hard to tell. Like I said, I'm a sucker for a redemption arc. That's the story that I want to see. But I'm obviously aware that that desire is a really easy desire to manipulate, and that for her audience in particular, I don't know, like is she like searching for pity here? Is this audience manipulation, or is this real? I don't want to. I don't want to jump to the wrong conclusion. But if you're saying in chat that, yeah, this is audience manipulation, like, I gotta be honest at this point, considering how many times that Keffals has done a similar video and said, I quit, I'm not doing this anymore, I want to get back to myself, I want to be a better person. We've kind of seen this before. We could always hope that it's a real turn this time, a real change, and that, yeah, my heart goes out to her if that's all true. That's how I feel. Like, I can't really know what's in her heart, what's in anybody's heart of hearts, but it does come off as a manipulative. It's
There are people, when they see me talk about this stuff, they mock me for it, but honestly, I think it takes strength to speak openly about these things, because the alternative is that you don't. And personally, I know a lot of people who would still be in this world today and would still be in my life if they talked about it. So thank you for giving me that opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, it's if you're feeling disconnected, if you're feeling empty, if you're feeling lost, if you're feeling alone, it's important to reach out. Did I ever watch the $1 billion lawsuit against YouTubers? I don't think so. So yeah, I mean, that's true, right? That's real, and like, regardless of whether, this is more of Keffals grifting off of her audience, or if this is a real moment of change for Keffals, like a moment of clarity, or whatever. It still holds true that a lot of people suffer more than they need to because they don't feel like they can reach out. That being said, reach out to somebody in your life. I mean, if you have to, yeah, your friends online, might be able to be some help to you, but the best people to reach out to, if you have people that are safe to talk to, in your life, it's probably better to reach out to friends and family. That's why it's a little weird to hear her saying this stuff, like, on in a YouTube video, because, like, your audience, yeah, maybe some of them relate to you, maybe some of them care about you, sure, but that's not. It does feel like a little bit of, like, parasocial manipulation, now that I sort of take myself out of it. I can relate to her story more than I want to admit. And I have made mistakes in content creation. I have taken the wrong choice before. I have supported the wrong people before, and that's why this is kind of emotional for me, because it's not exactly like There But For Fortune, but it kind of is. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I don't think that, like, I was, gonna end up in the same place that Keffals did, for a lot of reasons, but that, there's enough similarity. And like I said, like, when she was standing up for trans people, when she was standing up to Destiny, when she was standing up to the farms, like, the harassment that she got was very similar to what I received, to the point where I wondered if it wasn't, like, the same people. And what did I get attacked for standing up for trans people, for standing up to, oh yeah, I forgot to mention, like, one part of the Keffals arc that I forgot to mention was that there was a short little while that she was really combative with Debate Bros, that she was standing up to Debate Bros, right? Not just Destiny, but all of his fucking orbiters, and a lot of the most, like, toxic communities in Twitch, a lot of the same communities that I had to deal with too, right? So there was like a short little moment there where even remember getting raided by Keffals while that was going on. And so it kind of makes sense that she would have gotten the same, gotten attention from the same bad people that I did. You didn't lose everything on Lolly Hill. That's what I mean. There's some things that Keffals did that I would have never done. Like you would have never seen me in here telling you to make a Picrew account and make it as diverse as possible so you can infiltrate the tenderqueers and the woke scolds. You would have never seen me defending Vaush's lowly stuff in his folders, or there's a lot that, like, that's what I mean is like, on one hand, yeah, no, we're very different, Keffals and I, but on the other hand, we've been through some of the same stuff as far as the harassment, as far as the harassment coming from, and that's the weirdest thing that I've experienced, Chad, is that harassment comes from a lot of times standing up for what's right. And there's part of me that wonders if Keffals just could not take the heat for that and had to find some kind of compromise. And she did. She, made common cause with some of the same people, the Chud Logics and the Dylan Burns and the, so some of the same people that she was standing up to became her besties. So she went her way and I went mine. Let's see what else she's been up to, because there's a few videos that got posted here. I don't know. I don't need to shed tears over Keffals, right? That's like the most ridiculous thing in the world. Considering what she's put me and my community through, it's pretty... Oh my god. This is... I don't know. I feel like the more I watch of her recent videos, the more that I'm gonna say, yeah, this is audience manipulation.
If you saw the video from the other day, I have a lot of thoughts that I want to put out there about it. The reaction to it was honestly quite interesting, and not in the way that I think you would expect. So if you didn't watch the video is basically me saying that I've been struggling.
Afroponic says, I think she deleted a lot of videos. Do you mean like recent videos, or do you mean like old videos?
With mental health issues, something that I have not really made a secret over the last several years of my career, and that it's increasingly hard for me to live stream for a couple reasons. One of those reasons is because it's a live environment.
Older videos?
People harass me quite a bit. They have full access to be able to do that in a way that other formats like YouTube videos, they do not have that kind of access. It's incredibly emotionally taxing to hide symptoms of depression. One of the things that I suffer from, which I'm sure this video...
I'm trying to understand what she's saying here. So there's like, streaming puts you out there in a way that YouTube videos don't. Yeah, there's like more audience interaction, there's more engagement, there's more back and forth. I mean, obviously you've got comments that, you can engage with, but
live stream for a couple reasons. One of those reasons is because it's a live environment, people harass me quite a bit. They have full access to be able to do that in a way that other formats like YouTube videos, they do not have that kind of access. It's incredibly emotionally taxing to hide symptoms of depression. One of the things that
Okay, I see what she's saying. I think I get what she's saying. In a YouTube video, you can write your script and you can put yourself together in the way that you want to be perceived by your audience, right? So, for instance, symptoms of depression. Maybe you can find a time to record your YouTube video when those symptoms are at kind of an ebb. The symptoms are at their lowest point. And so the self that you put forward is a less vulnerable self than on stream, which is just like, okay, it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Guess what time it is? It's time for stream. And it doesn't matter how you feel, because you've said that you were going to be on stream at 1 o'clock. And if you're not on stream at 1 o'clock, people are going to be disappointed, right? And you just have to kind of roll with it.
suffer.
But there's another aspect too that I would say has more to do with platform. Now, obviously there are toxic elements of the YouTube platform. There are toxic communities on YouTube. There are toxic creators on YouTube, right? That's real. But there is something about the kind of like forced social interaction that goes on Twitch to just survive as a content creator that I find more toxic than anything I've experienced on YouTube. Now that doesn't mean that everybody on Twitch is a bad person. It just means that everything on Twitch is connected. And there's some bad shit on Twitch. There's some really negative like dynamics. There's some really, really negative communities. And so no matter what you do on Twitch, your connection to other people, other content creators, other communities is going to open you up to negativity on the platform, even if the people that you're interacting with are not necessarily negative themselves, right?
From which I'm sure this video will get
meow 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 meow. You scared me. You scared me. Meow. Oh my god, chat, I got jump scared. Huh. I don't like that noise. Oh my god. Something about talking about this stuff has kind of put me back in a place that I didn't really want to remember. Like, I shouldn't get, that's just a buzzer, you know, it shouldn't affect me like this. Streaming shouldn't be a scary thing. And it was for me for a really long time. I don't get scared like that. Like, you know, I get anxious. Like, I wonder, am I gonna do a good job reacting to things? Am I gonna be fun? Am I gonna be interesting? Am I gonna make people happy? You know? Am I gonna have a good take? You know what I'm saying? I like that kind of stuff. Um, but I don't get like this. And I'm not really like, I'm not back to like where, you know, I was when the worst of it was going on. I just like remember it. And I haven't thought about it in a really long time. And like, I was scared. I was so scared who was in, you know, the chat. Like, right? Because for a long time, there were really bad people who really wished harm on me and said as much in the chat. Like, for a long time, I did like coming on stream and worrying that maybe I'm gonna lose my place, I'm gonna forget what I want to say, I'm gonna stutter, I'm gonna go on a giant stun lock and bore everybody to death, right? That's one kind of fear. That's a fear I can handle. But worrying that somebody's gonna, like, you know, make like a threat against me in chat, that's the kind of anxiety that I used to deal with. And I haven't had to in a really long time, and I'm so thankful for that. And like I said, like, if I hadn't had the friends that supported me, that got me through all that, I don't know where I would be today. I don't know what I'd be doing. You probably wouldn't be seeing this stream. But god damn, I forgot how, yeah, I mean, like, look, you know, considering that she dealt with some of the same kind of shit that I dealt with, I mean, I don't doubt it when she says that, like, I like, okay, I'm trying to put this the right way. Is there some audience manipulation in Keffals' video here? Sure, probably. I mean, she's done it before. I wouldn't be surprised to have her, you know, using her emotionality to kind of um, to solidify that audience and to, but um, I do believe that she's been through some real traumatic shit. And like I said, it was some of the same stuff that I dealt with, and it was maybe at like a higher volume. Like as in, you make national headlines and you're likely to get more attention from more bad people. Anyway,
This video might even
I gotta
get
move on.
demonetized if I were to actually say it out loud. So I'll just put it on the screen. It is a symptom that causes my speech to slow down, causes my emotional reactions to slow down. I also experience something called fibrofog, which is a symptom of fibromyalgia, which makes it so it's harder for me to react as quickly as I would like to. And this has been often a thing that people have mocked me for consistently, even though these are things that I'm not making a conscious decision to do. So getting to the point of this video, I'm sure you saw the like to dislike ratio, which, again, thank you all so much for your support. It really does mean a lot to me. But it's kind of crazy how many hate watchers that I have, like people who go out of their way in order to negatively engage with me, even when it has absolutely nothing to do with any of the things.
That's why I would say, and I've said this before, and I know that, like, I'm pretty sure that, like, all of you get this, but don't send any hate anybody's way, like I cover a lot of people that I think are causing harm. I feel like Keffals is one of those people. I feel like Keffals has hurt a lot of people, but I never want anybody to take that as a reason to, even just like leaving like mean comments or something like that. I just don't think, like, especially, when you're dealing with like a trans content creator who has dealt with some real traumatic shit. Like that is not the best use of your time. And oh, thank you, Disco Wolf. I'm sorry, I'm getting way too emotional.
That they are supposedly upset about. I wanted to show you all like some of the absolutely deranged comments that were in the replies of this. And again, this is a video about mental health. This doesn't even have anything to do with trans people or trans issues whatsoever. People continuously try to bring it back to this point. My moderators cleaned up the comment section, so I don't have any of these comments to show you. But one of the ones that I saved down like less than 3 minutes after the video went live can really demonstrate how absolutely bizarre some of these comments were. This is someone who is openly saying that they hope that I unalive myself. I don't even understand like what drives a person to behave like this in the first place. I have never gone out of my way to dislike bomb a video of another creator or like leave negative comments in the replies. I try to focus on my own stuff and my own community. I don't get it. Now, I know what some of you are going to say. Kufel Clara.
Oh my God, I really wish that her or her editor or whoever's mixing like her sound would.
Serenity, Keffal. Why are you engaging with all of these hate comments? Stop engaging with the negativity. And it's like, I agree.
It's a bit loud.
Like, I couldn't even bring up most of these comments because I have my moderator.
Honestly, chat, I gotta get to a place where, loud sounds in a video is not gonna, like, set me up. I don't know. Some interesting art
stuff in my own community. I don't get it. Now, I know what some of you are going to say. Kufel Clara. Serenity, Keffal. Why are you engaging with all of these hate comments? Stop engaging with the negativity. And it's like, I agree with you. Like, I couldn't even bring up most of these comments because I have my moderators remove most of the incredibly bigoted comments that I get on.
I hate to say it, Keffals, but some of that negativity is coming at you from inside the house.
literally every single video I have ever uploaded to YouTube. But the reason why I wanted to show this in the first place was to talk about how much of an impact that has. It literally just is so nasty and such a pervasive part of my life, and there's nothing I can do about it. Like, if I engage with it, it gets worse. If I ignore it, people see it as a challenge to actually harass me more.
Oh my god, did somebody just someone reached level 5? Oh my gosh. Well, whoever you are, you're like apparently anonymous to the Star Trek Fleet Command widget, but congratulations on hitting level 5. We'll play a little bit of Star Trek after the Keffals segment if anybody wants to see how it's done. And I've been thinking about resetting my account. Right now I'm on level 14, right? Because I just kept my account from the first time I did this sponsorship. But I was thinking about maybe resetting my Star Trek Fleet Command back to level 0 so I can show people like how you start out, like what you know, just like the steps. Yeah, congrats to Anonymous, right? I was like, wait, is that Keffals sound? And I was like, no, because if it was Keffals sound, it'd be way louder than her voice. That's how I know it's mixed relatively well compared to the rest of the volume. That's how I know it's not Keffals.
Because they want me to engage with it. And it's become this thing that is just constantly in the background no matter what I'm doing. It really
maybe if you just hit level 5 GTA bot
is hard to deal with. And I think honestly being so exposed to it has led me to being a more toxic person. It's also led to bad situations where I
feel like you just need to pull out the ukulele and just work out some of that toxicity through music.
More closed off to criticism, because whenever people are mad at me, even if they have a legitimate reason to be mad at me, this constant background radiation of just deranged bigotry is always there. And it's hard in my head to disassociate legitimate criticisms from the bigotry that is ever present whenever people are mad at me for something. And unfortunately, this is just the reality of not just being a YouTuber. This happens to every YouTuber, but this specifically is a thing that happens disproportionately to trans YouTubers, where bigots will just constantly target them and harass them. You can really tell when you start to look at like...
Wait, she's blaming other people's hate for her own hatred? That's an interesting thought, right? Because, you know, that it's like, look, one thing that I want to get across to you is that the trauma of dealing with content creation, particularly as a live streamer, for trans people and probably, you know, for a lot of different marginalized people, it is very real. But it doesn't mean, and it certainly doesn't excuse you taking that anxiety, frustration, fear, trauma, what have you, out on your own community, out on smaller content creators. Like it doesn't justify what some of the things that she's done
with it. And it's become this thing that is just constantly in the background no matter what I'm doing. It really is hard to deal with. And I think honestly being so exposed to it has led me to being a more toxic person.
Yeah, I guess she is. I didn't even catch that. You're right. You hit level 5 a while ago, but the notification could have been delayed. Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, Michael S., you might be right there.
It's also led to bad situations where I'm more closed off to criticism, because whenever people are mad at me, even if they have a legitimate reason to be mad at me, this constant background radiation of just deranged bigotry is always there. And it's hard in my head to disassociate legitimate criticisms from the bigotry that is ever present whenever people are mad at me.
What do you think, chat? What do you think? Like, because like, I guess this could be like a moment of clarity thing going on. Like if she actually recognizes that that there is like a safe way to allow um to take in criticism without taking in, like, you know, transphobic toxicity, or because like a lot of what the problem with Keffals was is that, you know, she's getting attacked by you know, weird Destiny parasocials. She's getting attacked by Kiwi farmers, but then she's also getting criticized by people that are like, hey, you know that thing that you said on stream earlier? Like, I know you don't realize this, but that kind of hurt. Like that you kind of fired on your own side, right? And when she takes that and she's like, well, you're just like them. You're probably, you know, literally, I've seen Keffals like accuse people of being part of the Kiwi industrial harassment complex, or whatever you want to call it, because they disagreed with something that she did. And not in a way that a Kiwi farmer would, but in the way that an intersectional leftist would, in the way that a, you know, a marginalized person that caught a stray from her would.
Something. And unfortunately, this is just the reality of not just being a YouTuber. This happens to every YouTuber, but this specifically is a thing that happens disproportionately to trans YouTubers, where bigots will just constantly target them and harass them. You can really tell when you start to look at like the comment numbers compared to the viewership numbers, and you kind of see that there is a disproportionate amount of comments because people are obsessively stalking and hating people that they don't like on the basis of things like their gender identity. So a good example of this is, as a slopmeister myself, who consumes quite a lot of slop, I was watching a recent Sunny V2
Slotmeister. I'm sorry, I thought she said Slotmeister. I was like, oh no, not slots.
video on Nikocado Avocado. So this video has 1.4 million views, and despite having 1.4 million views, it only has 2,347 comments. So for comparison, the video I put out called Vaush and the Hypocrisy of Ethan Klein got about 86,000 views and has 4,000...
Oh my god, okay, see, I don't agree with this. Look, Keffals, you know, I'm sure you get transphobic, like, bullshit that other content creators don't have to deal with. I've seen it. I've seen, you know, transphobes, like, you know, misgendering, dead naming, being awful to Keffals on Twitter, especially since Elon has just like signaled, you know, signaled that he supports that. But this is your video defending, like, Vaush's folders. Like, is some of that transphobic nonsense going to be mixed up in there? Sure. But the majority of that are people that are just like, what the fuck are you defending this shit for? Oh my god. See, anyway.
992 comments, and that was after my moderators removed over 2,000 explicitly transphobic comments. I think one of the worst parts about it is that over the last 2 years, I've had people poke and prod me so much that they got me to react, which then creates a situation where people hated how I reacted to the harassment I was receiving, and I get harassed for my reaction to the harassment.
See, I don't know at this point. Is she legitimately confused about, like, what part of the negative comments, like, are coming from people that she's hurt, and what part of the negative comments are coming from people that hate her because of who she is? Is she legitimately confused about this? Or is she just using this? It's like really hard to know.
Creating this never-ending vitriolic cycle. But yeah, this is kind of just where I'm at. I just wanted to remind you all that this is kind of what I have to deal with as long as I'm a YouTuber. And I'm going to have my mods continue to remove the negative comments, and I'm going to continue to not search them out like I have been over the last 2 years now. I think I'm going to do more of these short videos where I don't really have a script and I can just riff and then edit it together. If you are criticizing me in the comments, and it isn't explicitly transphobic, then I'm not having my moderators remove it. I don't think that I'm immune to criticism. I'm absolutely okay with being criticized. I've fucked up in the past. There are definitely...
I mean, this is how I handle this too, right? Yeah, if somebody's being, you know, weird in the comments and it just feels like a chud, like, I am not. I am not. I have no reservations about just you know, banning them, right? But when it's somebody that is like, you know, even if they're just like, I don't think you gave Vaush a fair shake, you can see those comments. Those comments stay in my, you know, somebody can say, you know, they can go off on my take all they want.
Areas where I am worthy of critique, and I invite you to engage in that critique. But bigotry is not critique. These are two separate things, and I want to make that very clear. Anyway, that's it for this video. I've covered everything that I need to cover. I'm going to keep putting up videos like this, and let me know, again, in the comments, what you think about it all. I'm going to be reading all the comments, and I'm going to be having my moderators prune the god-awful, brain cancer-inducing comments. So I'm actually able to engage with my audience, which is what drew me to live streaming in the first place. I love to engage with my audience, and I don't want to leave that behind just because I am not primarily focusing on the live streaming environment anymore.
All right. Oh my God. Okay, so this is a video about Repsion, who I think used to go by Mr. Repsion. Apparently used to be a friend of Keffals. I'm a little bit like, wait, how are you? Like, I mean, this is like a commentary channel, and oh God, when I say commentary channel, people always remind me there are good commentary channels out there. You're right, there are. They're just like they're not the ones that pop up on my feed. I always get the really toxic right wing commentary, or the apolitical ones that like they don't even realize that they're right wing. I get those kind of commentary channels, but yeah, we're gonna get to the Summerton one in just a second. I just wanted to see what's going on between Keffals and Repsion. It's weird to me that she would have ever been like friends with like does anybody know Repsion? Does anybody know this content creator? I mean, I guess I don't know that much about them. I just always thought they were just like one of those like Turkey Tom, you know, sensitive society type channels. You remember when Jacob was studying to become a cop? Wait, Jacob is Mr. Repsion? So this guy became a cop? Or wait, is this guy a cop?
There's a situation right now that I really want to talk about this YouTuber named
Repsion is one of the leopards now eating her face.
Repsion. He has about 700,000 subscribers.
That was I didn't realize the channel was that big.
And he has been incredibly deranged.
You knew Repsion back when he was still a Christian studying to become a cop? So what, Repsion is a Gamergater? Oh, sorry, Gamergate tier outrage grifter. So I'm not wrong by, yeah, from my 2015 anti-SJW days. I've watched Repsion in the past, can't remember anything about him. He was studying to become a cope? Wait, what? A cop. Okay, he was studying to become a cop, but he never did become a cop. He just, wait, maybe the YouTube was so lucrative. He decided to do that instead.
Recently, he said a bunch of incredibly bizarre and threatening statements towards me, and I honestly have just ignored it up until this point.
Ew.
Until he came into my comment section today and said Kiwi Farms is right. So what's really bizarre about the situation...
Repsion had a decade-long beef with Onision? And like, Onision was fucked up, right? Like, I feel like I've heard a lot of bad shit about Onision.
...is that Repsion and I actually were pretty amicable towards each other.
Oh, look at this. They were friends. Oh, like, immediately got Keffals. Like, if I could give you one note of advice, when you show DMs of anybody that you have DMs with, it makes it so that other creators are gonna be less likely to DM you. Like, if you want to reach out, if you want to work with other people, and I mean, I get that Repsion, like, kind of, you know, kind of sounds like a piece of shit, and like saying Kiwi Farms was right is you know, this is not a good person, but just like, I don't know, doesn't seem like.
We have DMs going back to just after I was swatted back in August 2022. He was being genuinely helpful and friendly. Then on August 29th of the
Okay, so wait, this is when she's taking on Kiwi Farms and he's being friendly? What do you think's going on with that? Because like everything that people are telling me about Repsion in chat makes him seem like he would be, he's a Christian wannabe cop, and then he became TJ Kirk's pet. So he has like a history with the drunken peasants, the always responding to the amazing atheist. Yeah, Onision. Yeah, I've heard some really fucked up shit about Onision. Like I said, this is all before like, I mean, I was watching YouTube obviously, but I wasn't paying attention to these kind of channels at all. Repsion was huge during the anti-SJW, so like the 2016, so definitely like a right-wing channel then. Why is she DMing with Repsion in 2022? He tried to sue Onision, or did sue him?
same year, he posted a tweet that I had sent to a locked Twitter account. And he asked me for the context of this tweet. I know that on its own...
Wait, what the fuck does the tweet say?
Okay. He posted a tweet that I had sent.
Okay, so that's from the Keffals account. With the Catboy... is it the Catboy Wojak? Or is that supposed to be the, like, boy motor? I can't tell, chat, what that Wojak's supposed to be. A hypersexualized environment that is all... Oh my god, okay. So there's a tweet from Keffals that he... So the first bad interaction that Keffals is having with this like old school anti-SJW, somebody who was apparently doing content or replying to, interacting with the Amazing Atheist back when Amazing Atheist was an anti-SJW, and they're supportive. They're kind, they're understanding to Keffals through the swatting, which came from Kiwi Farms, right? So, they take Keffals' side in ostensibly in the conflict with Kiwi Farms, but then they say, "Hey, what about this? What about this tweet right here? What was this about? What's going on here?"
To a locked Twitter account. And he asked me for the context of this tweet. I know that on its own, this looks terrible. Here's the context of what I was replying to.
Okay, so maybe I should make a list of what's wrong with this community. Okay, so that actually is like that's understandable. So what's wrong with this community? I'm not sure what community they're talking about necessarily. So is a good start as far as making a list of what's wrong with the community. So yeah, that's understandable. Onision groomed multiple underage fans. And he abused his young girlfriend on video? God.
Which was a tweet about what the problems are in the femboy community.
Oh, in the femboy community, okay.
And I stand by this. I think that the sexualization of minors is a...
It's weird, though, that... I mean, that might also be an issue in the femboy community. I'm not an expert on femboys, but I'm surprised that one of the first things that would come to somebody's mind might not be like the right-wing contingent within the femboy community. And again, chat, not all femboys. It's not... I'm not trying to paint with a wide wide brush or anything like that, right? I just mean, like, if you're talking about like toxicity in that community, from what I've experienced, it's coming mainly from, it's coming mainly from, femboys that are kind of like, more right-wing aligned. I don't know. But like, for all I know, that what she's talking about, hypersexualization, that might be a big issue too. Again, I'm no expert. I'm no expert when it comes to femboys.
huge problem in that community. Now, fast forward to the current day, I have not actually talked to Repsion since all of that went down. That was until Repsion decided to tag me in a tweet saying that he hopes that I unalive myself. Then he
Okay, so she offers context, maybe doesn't get a response back, and then gets tagged. I've been completely MIA on Twitter since last Wednesday, but I just want to come back and say that both Keffals and Tipster are beyond help. They're both two effing idiots who defend and then blame everyone else for things. So when is this? This is... Oh, wait. This is recently. Wait, this is during the Ethan Klein shit. Right? February 21st. Am I right about the timeline? Was this when Keffals and Tipster were supporting Vaush in the midst of the folders thing? They're both two effing idiots who defend and then blame everyone else for things they inserted themselves into. All the Vaush drama that he put himself into for being a perverted, lowly freak. All three of these sick, twisted fucks need to lobotomize themselves. Okay. Not good medical advice there, but whatever. You defend someone incorrectly and then cry victim when you get called out by thousands for supporting someone having a lolicon on their PC, having a lolicon image, I guess that is what they're saying, on their PC. Truly disgusting and repulsive. I hope you all wait. You're not allowed to wait. Wait a minute. That's not Darth Potato. That's not. Is that Repsion? Yeah, that's Repsion. Darth Potato. Okay.
he got suspended from Twitter.
Okay, he did get suspended for that. Yeah, that's the one thing you can't say is KY, you can't tell somebody to kiss off, so to speak.
Came back and said that he hoped I get SA'd in prison. He's
okay, this is getting out of hand. I mean, look, I understand being grossed out by what Vaush has been up to and by Keffals and Tipster's complicity and defense of that. But what the fuck, Repsion? I knew my prior post would get me locked out. Okay, so it was worth it. It was worth it then. It was worth apparently it was worth it. Yeah, I hold no regrets and meant what I said. Okay, so doubling down on the kiss on the I won't even say the acronym, right? But meant what I say about Just So Tippy and Keffals. I'll do it again. I hope you two perverted freaks end up in prison one day. Drop that soap. See what happens. Okay, this is getting... And yeah, there's probably, at this point, I would say a pretty clear transphobic edge to... Like, the assumption of applying the... drop the soap to Keffals is like almost like wishing for her to be put in the wrong section of the prison.
just been completely deranged recently. Now again, I basically ignored all
He's a transphobe
of this until now.
So wait, what did he just recently become a transphobe? Like, why was he supportive of Keffals in 2022? And now he is like just being transphobic and weird.
But I decided to address this, and this also led to like the most bizarre back and forth on Twitter. I said, just saw this in my YouTube comments. This is just targeted harassment. If you want to side with a far-right forum that made multiple people unalive themselves, I can't stop you. But having big YouTubers go out of their way to say stuff like this to me is disgusting. Repsion quote tweeted this and called me a crybaby, said that he knew that I'd try to play victim, and that he has his own thread which he doesn't complain about, so I need to get over it.
Okay, wait. So he has his own thread. That means that they're going after him on Kiwi Farms too. And he basically, you know, that like the idea being that all large creators get harassed by that forum, so just get over yourself. Yeah, I mean it's a little different if you're like I'm assuming Repsion's a cis guy. It's a little different if you're trans.
Called me a crybaby, said that he knew that I'd try to play victim, and that he has his own thread, which he doesn't complain about, so I need to get over it. One of his fans actually called him out on this and said, "This is honestly the worst take from you. I don't care if you hate Claire or whatever, but being a smarmy prick about extreme harassment and doxing tells me you've taken steps back somewhere." And he just responds,
So what is the story with this Repsion guy? Was he starting to like, I don't know, like get de-radicalized and then he slipped back?
by trolling, saying, "I just ate a kiwi for lunch today. I don't know how my farmland is wrong. All I do is harvest kiwis all day long."
I mean, that sounds like he's using like memes from there.
Posted this meme, Repsion when farmers share private information of Onision's victims, I sleep. Repsion when Keffals says feels bad, man. Real shit. And then he just admits that he's literally doing all of this because he finds harassing me fun, not because he even knows what's going on. One person asked him, what was Kiwi Farms right about? And he said, I actually don't know. All I know is that it's a troll meme at this point. I see people say all the time and it makes people go batshit in response, and it's hilarious. It worked. Now, I don't want Repsion to be deplatformed. I don't even
I don't know. I don't buy that. I feel like he's underselling his, like, it sounds like he's fully dark side. He's gone over the dark side at this point. If he ever, like, I just don't, what the part that I really don't buy, the part that seems weirdest to me isn't so much that this guy that is, you know, anti-SJW and you know, right-wing weirdo is it isn't that he's like supporting like Kiwi Farms and shit like that now. The part that stands out to me as weird is that he was ever, you know, supporting Keffals, especially at the time when her major you know, enemy was the farms itself. It's just like that's the part that's like weird. That's the part that I don't trust.
care. I just want to know why. Why is this acceptable? And why is it that a huge YouTuber can just get away?
Like, was he just trying to get, like, pretend to be her friend to mess with her or something? Like, that's the part that I don't get. Like,
with harassing smaller YouTubers and saying all of these awful, disgusting things. I never wanted any of this sort of engagement to happen in the first place, and I'd honestly be happy if he just left me alone.
you just finished Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I feel silly for believing they'd finish the series with this game. Of course. We have to wait another, what, like 7 years for the final game. So how many installments have they been? Have they? Yeah, I remember hearing, so I've never played, for the record, all right, I've played a lot of Final Fantasy, but never Final Fantasy VII. But I do know the lore is that it was on, what, like 4 different discs? So, like, you know, like DVDs, you know? It's on, like, 4 DVDs, right? Like, it was on the old, PlayStation that takes, but it was what the compression wasn't as good back then, so they had to put you'd put in 1 disc, you'd play part of the game, and then it'd be like, okay, please put in the next disc, and you'd take that disc out and you'd put in the second disc, and then you'd do it again and do it again. It was like a really big game for the time, but now they're selling it as multiple installments, so you don't just like buy the game, you got to buy each part of the game. Repsion, which is weird, like oh god, gaming is going in a bad direction, right? I mean, like that's maybe not as egregious as, you know, the concept where you don't really own any games, you don't get a physical copy of anything, and you're just sort of you're paying like subscription fees and stuff instead of R2 had, wait, what is R2 RDR2? What is RDR2? It was 3 discs. Square Enix sold out. Yeah, and that the latest game, Final Fantasy 16, it feel like, okay, let me be real with you, okay? the newest Final Fantasy game that I have played is Final Fantasy 13. Right? Final Fantasy 15, I actually have a copy of it, but I haven't played it because it looked like a sausage party. It was like, hey, let's get in the car and do a little road trip with the dudes. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. That's not really the game that I want to play though. I like, oh chat, this is embarrassing. I really like what's it called? It's like 10-2. The version of 10 that's like all the girls. And you get to, instead of change you change your class by changing your dress sphere. RD, R2, I think why am I not remembering what Red Dead Redemption? Oh, thank you, God. Yeah. We got some pirates in the chat. We got some pirates. Seems illegal. This harassment shit. Well, Repsion did apparently get locked out of his account, but I think that the way that it works is this, like, right? They, somebody says, like, cause he straight up said, told Keffals to unalive herself, right? And you're not allowed to do that. That's the one thing that's the one rule that Twitter still has, is that you're not allowed to do that, right? So he got locked out of his account, but they didn't just they didn't ban him, they didn't keep him off. It's nothing like that. They just are like, hey, looks like you told somebody to unalive themselves here. That's against our rules. If you would like to get your Twitter account back, please delete the tweet. And as soon as you delete the tweet, they're like giving him back the account. So he was right back. He was like, yeah, it was worth it. Basically, he knew that he was going to be able to, he would get banned, but that he'd be able to just delete the tweet. Final Fantasy X2, yeah, dress spheres. Yeah. But like, I really liked, I haven't played 13.2 or 13.3, but I really liked 13.1. 13.1 was pretty good. Final Fantasy 15 looked, it looked like it would be fun. The bros were cool to hang out with while fighting monsters. Yeah, and I mean, like, I play, I'm sort of used to having like male protagonists in sort of forced by default. That's just like the standard. Okay, so we're gonna watch this one more. Wait, maybe two more.
The situation with James Somerton has taken a very, very dark turn. If you don't know,
peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Thank you for invading my chat, and welcome, Weird Black Chick. So I want to give a little bit of background about this. Let me see if I can find, because this video actually, like most of these videos she just put out and people were just like, yeah, whatever, it's Keffals manipulating her audience or whatnot. This one was a little different though. Okay, let me show you what kind of reaction. Very unprofessional of Keffals to not just monetize, but assume James Somerton's unaliving way before any official info has been confirmed. And from the info that I have, chat, it looks like James Somerton is most likely did not unalive himself. Like, this is coming from somebody that talked to Nick, who he was, it was Somerton's partner as in YouTube, right? So most likely not, but we don't know. There was, if for those who haven't heard yet, there was a note posted on a private Twitter purported to belong to Somerton that said, if you're reading this is because I've, it's saying that he's ended it all. And, talking about like where he wants his like channel revenue and stuff to go. Like, it looks like a unaliving note. but again, we don't have confirmation of that, and the information that we have to go on right now suggests that Somerton is still alive, but we don't know that for sure. I don't think it's been confirmed. Look, like or hate Somerton, I think the subject like this should just be treated with more dignity than this. So this is Keffals' video. James Somerton may have taken his own life, pointing out that it's monetized. Somebody else saying, how could you ever watch her? By the way, before this, it was called James Somerton did take his own life, and then she changed it. But yeah, somebody's saying here, Keffals is probably one of the worst people whose videos I used to watch, which is saying something because I used to be a big fan of, this is Chugga Conroy. Wait, I'm trying to remember. Chugga Conroy is the person who harassed a smaller YouTube creator for feet pics. If you don't, I covered that a few months ago. But yeah, people were pretty disgusted by Keffals, posting this particular video.
Who James Somerton is. James Somerton is an LGBT YouTuber who has recently been at the center of a controversy following Hbomberguy putting out a comprehensive video essay about the issue of plagiarism on YouTube.
Communists invading radicals? No way. We're getting lots of communists invading radicals today. Welcome, Kevin Maxwell. Welcome to the stream. I haven't seen the screenshot of what it was titled before, so I can't confirm that part. Guy wasted all of his Cry Wolf credits, possibly. Okay. So let's try to get through this, and I want to show you a little bit of gameplay. We've got some time left of oh, feeling called out by other YouTube names.
James Somerton was one of the focal points of Hbomberguy's video.
James Somerton is a gay YouTuber with a degree in business administration who frequently refers to himself as a marketing expert.
I'm a YouTuber, marketing expert, and film school grad. I'm also gay.
Cool. I looked at what he'd been accused of for myself, weighed up all the evidence as objectively as I could, and it quickly became clear he did do it. He's a massive plagiarist. In fact, there's a bunch of stuff no one else has found yet. He's just convinced his audience to attack people when they notice. And the worst part is, they do it in the name of defending a gay creator, when many of the people he has financially benefited from stealing from are queer themselves. I've never seen anyone try to put together a full explanation of what exactly happened here, because his fans will threaten you into silence for trying, which means there is no solid body of evidence to point to, so James can freely lie about what happened without anyone to contradict him.
The series of events that happened afterwards, where James Somerton puts out an apology video.
I'm sorry for taking so long to make this video or to say anything. I'm in the hospital. I've been in the hospital for a little over a week. Before I did it, I called my dad to talk to him one more time, and he figured out something was wrong and called paramedics or 911 or they got here, and I woke up in the hospital.
It was dogpiled and he deleted the video. He put out another apology video.
Just a disclosure, this video is monetized, but revenue from it will be sent along to Hbomberguy's team to be
Yeah, so it's a weird thing because, like, I mean, yeah, using this title at this time, when people are wondering whether, James Somerton has indeed unalived himself is pretty ghoulish. Monetizing it maybe more so. I mean, we are talking about James Somerton, somebody that is no stranger to ghoulishness himself, so, but it's still...
First, to the people whose work I plagiarized. If his team won't accept it, I'll be making...
Natalie Marie is telling me she did change the title of from I'm Not Live Streaming video like 3 times. It was I can't do this anymore or something like that. And then I'm making a McDonald's run.
Monthly donations to Wikipedia and Trans Lifeline going forward. You may have also noticed that a few of my past videos have gone up on the channel again, and revenue from those as well will also be sent along with the revenue from this video. Over the last couple of months, I've been getting in touch with the people who I plagiarized to apologize one-on-one instead of a mass apology. It's a bit difficult because many of them don't have public email addresses, so I'm still working on it, but it is a top priority of mine. I've heard back from a few of them, and they were actually incredibly nice, accepting my apology and just imploring me to do better in the future.
He then deleted his second apology video, and then he tried to go back to making videos like nothing had ever happened. Unfortunately, the damage had already been done, and people were rightfully mad at him and unwilling to let him just go back to his life like nothing had ever happened. However, things have taken an incredibly dark turn, and I'll show you how. This message just got posted to James Somerton's Twitter account. If this message is live, it means I scheduled it before ending things. I have videos scheduled to go out over the next couple of days.
No.
Nothing new. I just wanted Nick's portfolio of work to be available. I've left instructions that any money from those videos be donated to the Canadian Association for Suicide Prevention. They've tried very hard to pull me back, but there's simply no
Chat, why do I suck at eating rice?
life for me anymore. I've lost everything. My only friend, my livelihood, my name,
It gave me hiccups.
and it's all my own fault.
Now I need Keffals to scare me with the loud sound.
The world will be a little bit better off now. Goodbye. I found this post on the H-Bomber Guy subreddit, where it's currently being discussed. A sticky comment from one of the moderators of the subreddit says, "Hey all, we're trying to call in a wellness check on James, but we aren't currently sure where he lives. This post did come from his account, so it appears not to be fake. While it's valid to discuss
You thought it was an image? No, Waluigi's actually here, and he's very precariously perched.
the event and your own experiences relating to it, please be respectful and compassionate."
Use a fork like a real American. Maybe that would help. I mean, I can eat rice with I mean, like, I'm pretty good with chopsticks, but still, I shouldn't be hicking up. Hicking up? I believe it's called hiccuping, not hicking up. Wow, that's gonna become a meme.
For him. Please report.
Did I just make a meme?
For posts that are celebrating this.
Stop sucking rice. Sucking rice to stop sucking at eating rice?
Otherwise dismissive of his humanity and well-being. If you don't see it, I currently have automod on to auto-delete
It's like the second time that's happened, though.
comments and posts with enough reports. Update. We've done what we can at this moment, so we are no longer requesting information. If I do hear anything back that is willing to be disclosed, we will update. One of the comments on this post reads, "I desperately hope that he's lashing out again," which feels uncharitable to say, but I know what it's like to be in that dark place and have lost family to it. I'm sure he still has family and friends who love him. Whatever I feel about his attempts at restarting on YouTube, I just don't want this to be how the story ends. I have a lot of complicated thoughts about this situation. I genuinely hope that James Somerton is still alive. This is an awful situation. I think James Somerton obviously made horrible mistakes.
She definitely wants to have a true crime or ARG themed YouTube channel. You can tell by how she's reading her scripts and post.
He made a career.
Well, like, look, if it stops her from oh no. If it stops her from harassing, people, then I don't know. Like, maybe it wouldn't. Maybe she'd just go after. Maybe she'd just start drama with other true crime channels and other ARG channels.
Off of stealing the work of other people. Before he deleted his Patreon, he was making $170,000 a year on a career that was based off of stealing the work of smaller creators and not giving them credit or financial compensation for the work that they put in. One of those creators in question is Jessie Gender, who James Somerton personally apologized to in his second deleted apology.
Oh my god. How's she gonna take this? If you don't know, like, she's got a history harassing Jessie Gender. Like, she said some really awful things. She literally tried to cancel Jessie Gender for something Jessie did when she was like 7 years old. Like, it just like I don't love that this has given Keffals another excuse to talk about Jessie Gender. Because I know Jessie's had enough, had more than enough of Keffals toxicity.
Apology video, and this is what she had to say about the apology.
I'd also like to extend a personal apology, to Jesse Earl, better known as Jesse Gender. Out of everyone that I spoke to who was also a YouTuber, Jesse was...
Let's hope that she just reports what James said and what Jesse said, and it's not some kind of weird harassment thing that she's doing this time. Okay, so Natalie just sent me an update as of March 7th. It is now March 10th. Okay, so this is somebody on Blue Sky here. Wait, is this is on Mastodon, right? Or is this on Blue Sky? I can't tell. Sorry to ask you, especially as how clear you have said you wanted to move on. They're talking to Nick. This is Nick of former YouTube partner with James Somerton here. You said you wanted to move on, but do you have any way of contacting or have any information of James? It's not your responsibility, but any update would be appreciated. A lot of us are still very concerned given his last tweet. Nick says, I'm aware of the tweet and the situation right now, and to my knowledge, there's nothing to worry about. So, at least to Nick's knowledge, James is all right. That's us on. What are we looking for? The German guy. Oh my god, so many tabs, chat.
By far the kindest person. I think Jesse might be one of the kindest people I've ever met or ever encountered. We never actually met in person. Because of my hot-headedness, I drew her into just this anger spiral of mine that was unwarranted and absolutely ruined a possible friendship. Jessie was actually doing her best to kind of mitigate my frustration and everything and at that moment, and I just wasn't allowing her to do that. And I really, truly, honestly want to apologize to her for that. Again, if you ever get the chance to speak with Jessie one-on-one, or if you have gotten the chance, you'll know just how nice she is and how kind. And I was a real asshole for dragging her into my reactionary, unwarranted frustration. We haven't spoke since all of that happened. But Jessie, if you are watching this video, I do want you to know that I am honestly sorry for that. I hope, truly, honestly, I hope everything goes as well as possible for you, because you deserve all of it.
Did I cover Cody's video on Do You Condemn Hamas? Not yet. When did that drop, Scout?
There was a misunderstanding between Jessie and I after that happened that I do want to clear up, where someone who at least claimed to be a fan of Jessie's, did an internet and threatened to kill me, which is, being a person on the internet, death threats are unfortunately not uncommon. At the time, though, I was in a very panicked state, and so I did report it to the police. I did not report Jessie to the police, which is the misunderstanding that people came away with. I did not report Jessie to the police. I would have no reason to do that. And it did end up that this person had a prior record with the police.
A lot of this is just, we've watched this.
Acts, and they actually lived quite near me. So the police took it very seriously. They took it so seriously that
Jesse's
they ordered me not
response.
to speak to Jessie, which I took their advice on.
See what Keffals has to say.
Honestly, I should have.
We are running out of time here.
I think that the situation speaks to something that I and many other people have long seen as a problem with the internet in general. When people in a community, especially a marginalized community, we want to hold them accountable. But the problem is that there are no actual mechanisms for what accountability is supposed to look like. And everyone has their own different and unique idea of what accountability should be. So no one can actually truly be happy.
Is she making this about herself, or is it Like, is that what's going on here?
In a lot of circumstances, what this leads to is intense harassment campaigns and online scrutiny that lasts for years and destroys careers without any true way for people to redeem themselves after the mistakes that they've made. And when your livelihood is tied to how much people like you online, it can feel devastating, absolutely excruciatingly painful and alienating to watch as you're getting ruthlessly dragged online by thousands and thousands of people. If you have existing mental health conditions while you're also dealing with this, it can be a recipe for
I think this is not about James. This is about her. This is like what she's...
absolute disaster, as it has been many, many, many times in the past. And I'm not defending James Somerton. As I said in this video already, I don't think that there is a justification for stealing any other creator's work. There are so many marginalized people on this platform who have struggled tooth and nail to have their voice heard, to grow a following. It is a dog-eat-dog industry where so many people get stepped on by other people so they can grow their own platforms. But at the same time, I think that what this really speaks to is that we need to, as a...
God, I've literally seen her do this to small streamers. I've literally seen her step on small streamers to grow her platform. I'm sorry. Like, look. I want there to be a path back. Like I said, I'm a sucker for redemption arcs. But you gotta apologize for to the people that you hurt at the very least. That's something that James Somerton has done that Keffals has not done. Now, granted, she didn't steal... she didn't plagiarize a bunch of content. Obviously, I feel like maybe, the scope of what... I don't know, though. This is apples to oranges to compare what Keffals did to what Somerton did. But, like, for fuck's sake, Keffals. Like, Keffals lied about Zara, and she still hasn't apologized, and she still hasn't corrected the record, and there is no accountability to hold her to that, and I doubt she ever will. Right? If she wants to debate me, which she did, she came in here wanting to debate me, I gave her the conditions. I will do whatever kind of content you want, Keffals, but you gotta set the record straight and stop lying about Zara, because that's really unfair for somebody with, like, with such a huge fandom to just lie about somebody who's just getting started as Zara was as a streamer.
Community figure out better methods to actually hold each other accountable. Because when we don't have methods to hold each other accountable, what ends up happening is just online harassment, which is not a form of accountability. And it does take a real toll on people's mental health. Now, I think a lot of people feel like we can justify this. They forget the humanity behind everyone who is on the screen, and they just get into doing witch hunts for...
Nabil says she literally doxed her ex and her ex's paralegal office while laughing about... Oh God, yeah, she has played fast and loose with people's private information in a really dangerous way. And like with my audience, like, right, Chad, I kind of trust you. Like, I mean, I say don't harass anyone. I say don't, like, leave angry comments and stuff like that. I kind of think that that the vast majority, probably almost all of you, would not do that anyway. But with Keffals' audience, oh my God, with the way that she stokes them, with the way she creates an enemy and then directs her audience's hatred at that enemy, I would be very worried.
Fun. But that doesn't actually help. And the problem with incentivizing this kind of behavior is, yeah, it might feel good to be part of the mob, but when the mob turns on you, no one is going to be there to help you. The top comment on the subreddit post read, I hope he doesn't follow through with this. Just because he's no longer credible as an essayist doesn't mean his life is unredeemable. And I agree. He obviously messed up. Maybe he can come back one day. If he continues to show that he is truly sorry, if he's willing to make amends with all of the people he's hurt, if he's willing to accept that not everyone is going to trust him anymore. But it really does make me have hope, seeing people actually have empathy for him, even though they don't like him and they think that he betrayed the trust of an entire community. We all need to strive to be like that. We all need to show compassion, even to people we don't think deserve it. This is truly one of the most hopeful and humanizing thing I've seen on the internet. Because
I feel like I've shown you more than enough compassion today. And I do hope that this represents some kind of turn for you. Like, I mean, you've, been really dishonest to me and to other people in the past, but I do hope that you find the kind of content that you're passionate about and you can go off and do something in a less toxic way, not harming people. It would be awesome if you would apologize to the people that you did hurt at some point. Like, I probably have Look, let me put it this way. If I had any more compassion towards, Keffals, given what she's done, I feel like I would start pissing off chat. And rightly so.
Often, it feels like we have lost all of our humanity in the ways that we treat each other.
Anyway, yeah, she talks the talk about compassion. She doesn't really walk the walk. Okay, so chat, I've been like, wow, we have very little time, but I want to try to give you a little intro into a game that I've been playing for the better part of a year now. It looks like a lot of you are starting to play this too. This is Star Trek Fleet Command, and just in full disclosure, I am sponsored by them. Not in a way where you know, I'm asking you to make any purchases. This game does have in-app purchases, but I found that I didn't need to make any purchases in order to get to where I am, and I'm almost at level 15. I'm closing in. There's a lot that you have to do, but I'm pretty close to level 15 here. What the game wants me to ask you to do is to just give it a try. Because if you can get to level 5, they'll pay me some money, and it will cost you nothing, right? This is why a big part of the reason why I took this sponsorship was that you know, it's something that you can help me out with without costing you any money. So yeah, I got paid for everybody that reaches level 5. I get paid for everybody who unlocks their second ship. Both of those things are things you can do in like one day or one afternoon of gameplay, and it's kind of like idle gameplay. It's not an, like, you know, it's not sit down and play for like hours and hours. It's like you set up. Well, I'll show you exactly what I mean. Let me open it up. Hopefully it will not lag my browser or anything else, or cause my my stream to go down, as sometimes it happens when I try to open up a game. But yeah, the big ask is if you can play and reach level 12. And I don't expect most of you to be able to do that, because like I said, you pretty much, if you want to do that, start right now, because I've got 8 days of the sponsorship. So in other words, however advanced you can get in 8 days, that's that determines how much Star Trek Fleet Command will pay me. And so if you want to be able to try, there's music too. We got Star Trek. Well, I guess it's not a bad thing, since this time I don't have anything that I'm watching at the same time. Waiting for it to open here. But yeah, don't feel obliged if this is not the kind of game that you like to play. If this is, I don't want you to bore yourself on my account. But if this is the kind of thing, if this is the kind of game that is interesting to you, just by hitting those goals. Here, I'm gonna turn this. The music is still. It's like movie music, where it's like really soft and then it's really loud. It's those dynamics. Let's attenuate the volume. Okay, so I'll show you what we're doing over here. And I'm gonna try to set up our alliance. Make sure that the alliance. Wait. Pop up any second now. It's gonna pop up. There it is, sort of. Not really. That's not how it's supposed to work. Oh my god. We have like less than 5 minutes for me to try to show you something in this game. Is it gonna work? Wait, did it shut down? Oh no. That's what happened. The game itself, like... Okay, hopefully you'll have an easier time with this. Or remember, you can play this on mobile, probably the easiest way to play this. You can also play this on desktop. It really does not matter. What matters is that you use my affiliate link and the code warp speed, because the warp speed code will get you extra stuff in game. So some of the stuff that you would have to pay for normally, you get for free if you just type in the code warp speed. I don't know if I'm gonna. I'm doing so bad at the sponsorship so far, chat. I think it's just my computer though. That's oh, there we go. That's what it's supposed to look like. I mean, that's the right window is opening up now. Okay, gamepad detected. That's great. Ad break coming, yeah. Like I'm gonna turn into a pumpkin before that ad break hits, though. In fact, I've got like literally 2 minutes to try to show you something. Come on, Star Trek. But yeah, this has been my favorite sponsorship that we've done so far. There we go, there's the music again. Alright, let's see. Does it? No. It's showing you. God, it's like not working. No, okay, it's just gonna give me a bunch of bullshit.
Celebrations end, I'm going to crush you. Unless I end you.
That is not my sponsor.
What a joyous occasion. You see, once a year we put...
That is not my sponsor. Chat, I failed again. I gotta close down the stream. I have no time. Yeah, I gotta... I'm sorry. I should have opened this up before. Anyway, if you want to check it out, click the affiliate link. That still works. It should work better for you. My computer sucks. All right, just so you understand, I'm dealing with a computer that was probably put together by some gamer in 2014 that then got sold to a used computer store and then got sold to me by the used computer store. So I'm dealing with some pretty old technology here. Hopefully your your luck will be better. Anyway, thank you for being here. Thank you for all your support. It means a lot. Sorry for crying on stream, but it's just like it took me back. I didn't realize how much emotion I still had. You know, considering like what I've been through. But like I said, it's all thanks to people that supported me. That I am here before you today. Anyway, I gotta go. I gotta end it.